Okie dokie. Hey, hey, hey. We're here, ready to play some games. And didn't do anything yesterday because I need to get some work done on some other things. But I also figured, because we're probably going to be playing Genshin all week for the next couple weeks, that I might as well just wait until today because all of the event stuff is open today. Like, you know how when an event drops, it'd be like, oh, you have to wait 20 hours. You got to wait the next day. You got to wait the next day. The event has been running long enough that everything's open today, so we could just do things without having to worry about it. So that is preferred, if you ask me. At least from a streaming perspective, right? Like, playing the game, I kind of like getting these little packets because I can just do short bits at a time. It's great. But when you're streaming, you kind of just want a lot of content you can do at once, you know? So that's what we're doing today. Let me get everything shared out. We have not played Genshin in a while. That's a bit of a crime. It's okay. It's a fun event for anybody who might be watching who hasn't played it yet. You'll get to, sometimes people just don't have the time or willpower to play through this stuff. So if you're watching the cutscenes is going to be through me, hey, that's cool. That's fine enough. Usually, I have a lot of friends who just don't have the time to do this. I'm like, don't even watch me live because that's a lot of time. Just wait till I'm done, and watch the replay on like double speed, and you could just get all the event information that way, or all the story information. Okay, share it out there. Paste. Sharing things out would, in fact, be easier if I didn't have this stupid double-clicking problem with my mouse. But, I could just use the trackpad. That would solve this problem. Okay. So we can get into it. You're probably asking, since I mentioned, we should be playing this every day you actually stream for the next couple weeks. Yes, and the reason for that is because Klee's on banner. And Klee hasn't been on banner since this account started. I don't think. So that needs to be rectified. I don't care about any of the new characters, whatever. I mean, Varka's cool. I'm probably going to get him on my personal account. But for an account without Klee is far more important. Read the invitation letter. Greetings, honorary knight, stays in Paimon. It is a pleasure to be in touch once more. This is Jean. The wild hunt threat in Nodcry has been neutralized, and the Knights of Favonia's expedition is drawing to a successful close. Our members will soon begin their return to Mondstadt. To express our gratitude, we have arranged a welcome celebration in the city. We extend our sincere invitation to you both to join us for the event, which will be held on the beach across from Star Snatch Cliff. This wrong button. Oh, that's right. I always feel like because they describe Nodkreis to the north, I need to be going south, but it's basically level with Mondstadt.
Huh, that's weird. Jean said this is where the event is supposed to be, but there's nothing here.
That's where it all began.
Now that you mention it, this is where our journey officially began. That sure brings back memories. Kinda nostalgic, really. Even after all this time, this place hasn't changed one bit. Look who's getting all sentimental and poetic. Well, we still need to find Jean and the others. Let's have a look around. Yeah. Paimon remembers there used to be hydro slime hiding here, but it's gotta be gone now, right? Whoa!
No, we've got something way
Are they
worse.
supposed to be in Mondstadt? Not that these are a real threat to us at this point, but still.
Paimon, where are you going? You're flying too fast.
Hear that? They said this isn't hard enough. Should I grab a geobishop for the next round then?
No, please don't.
Is this really the time to get competitive?
I mean, if you want to give me
Did
more
you
party
hear
members,
that,
sure, that
Paimon?
could be fun, but
Hear what?
Huh. Must
solo
have been
fighting
my
a Geo
imagination.
Bishop with just the Traveler does not sound fun.
Huh? Why did someone hang Jumpy Dumpty mines all over this tree? What? But they don't look alike. You can't even eat them. Hold on. Could this be an event setup thing? Not a lot of people come here, but a bomb's still a bomb. If someone gets hurt by accident, Klee's gonna get marched off to the confinement room again. Yeah, but let's take a picture with the camera before we take them down. First the fungus, and now this? Something weird is going on. If it turns out not to be event-related, it'll be good to have a record of what we found.
At this
You
point, the
couldn't just
confinement room
compliment Paimon smarts like a regular
should just be
person?
decorated with Dodicos.
Whatever. Paimon will take it. Better than being called emergency food, at least. Anyway, it never hurts to be careful. We've seen through lots of tricks, but we've also gotten the short end of the stick a bunch of times, too. Paimon likes the optimism. Come on, let's get that picture taken. Then, get rid of these bombs.
Well, they took care of themselves.
Fireworks? Guess there was no danger after all. Were those meant to welcome us or something? Anyway, we should be good here. Let's keep going. Huh. What was it Paimon said back then? Ah, right. Oh, wow.
Yeah, we want to look at this first. And then we want to immediately double back.
That's a statue of the seven! Among the seven gods, this god controls the wind. You remember too! It's weird though. It seems like there's something different about it.
You're right. It is more based than it usually is.
Let's take a closer look.
But we gotta double back. Double back. Where is it? I'm trying to remember where it is.
Hey, don't forget about your guide. Come on, follow Paimon.
No, Paimon. Quiet. No, I went too far back. We need to go down the cliff. That's where it is.
Hey, don't forget about your guide. Come on, follow Paimon.
No, Paimon, shh. I've got better things to do. There it is.
Look, there's more over here. Huh? But it feels weird to the touch. Not at all like what we're used to.
So people do actually happen upon these small boxes. We should plant more of them then.
That
What is it?
was
See something
labeled
familiar?
Alice, but that sounded like Nicole.
Look, there really is something wrong with this statue of the seven. It's fish, but it's so light. Huh. Wonder why.
Highly elastic fish meat.
Okay, Paimon's sure of it now.
There's
This
like chewing
can't be
gum
for
in
an
fish
event.
form?
No one in their right mind would replace that huge statue of the seven with a statue of Klee.
Anyone in their right mind would.
Yeah, and well made too. But that's not the point. You're not weirded out by this? Oh, you're right. This must be Alice's doing. She could put 100 Klee statues all around Mondstadt and Paimon still wouldn't be surprised. That explains the other weird stuff we saw up till now, too. She must have asked Jean to write that letter so we'd lower our guard. No, wait! Maybe that was Alice.
Yeah,
just
why would she
pretending
need to
be
actually have to
Jean.
ask Jean to write the letter?
Paimon wouldn't put it past her. Yeah, Paimon's not upset. The surprises were nice, and this statue is pretty cool. Plus, we got to take a little trip down memory lane. Makes Paimon feel all warm and fuzzy, remembering where it all began. What do we do now, though? There's nobody around. If this is some sort of elaborate prank, guess we're in it until the people behind it jump out and say, "Gotcha!" Huh? What does that mean? Oh, yeah. And there could be even more. Guess all there's left to do is touch that statue and find out. Maybe it'll give you the power of pyro or something.
I mean, we did already have the power of pyro on when we came in here. This is not even the one I have equipped to this
The
character.
world opens itself before those with noble hearts.
I'm gonna talk to it.
Klee can't reach those from here. And Master Jean says it's not polite to just take people's things. So, pass them to me when no one's looking, okay? Resonate. What does that mean? Oh, wait! I know! It's like how I'm the Spark Knight and you're the Honorary Knight. So, we resonate. Klee blesses you with happiness. Have the best day ever, just like I am. Sparks and Splash! You were right! Alice is full of surprises. Good guessing on your part. Let's keep going and see what else we find.
You ever notice the trial version of the character doesn't have the glider you had on them either?
Go now.
Yes, now or it'll be too late.
Whoa! It's the Devouring!
There's something huge in the sky!
Okay, we all remember what Paimon said back then. Anyway, since he's here, that must mean we're about to meet another old friend in these woods.
Yeah, though we see Venti a lot. It's not like it's been a while since we've seen him. Venti's the kind of guy who just kind of, pops up when it's convenient.
Look! There he is! Back then, the Goblin was tainted by the Abyss, and Tone Deaf Bard was about to heal his wounds. But your control over Animo wasn't so great, so they noticed you and ran off. But you've had tons of practice since then, so mistakes like that should be a thing of the past, right? True. No need to go for a full-on reenactment. Let's go!
Ah, our old friends have arrived.
And it is our great pleasure to greet them. Welcome to Mondstadt, you two. The place where it all began.
Is there a problem? Do I have to go into focus story mode? Yeah, I figured that was going to have to be the case. Just because we're not caught up with everything.
Lovely to see you, dearies. So what's the verdict? Did our special welcome ceremony meet the mark?
Oh yeah, we even need this because this is the first time we've met Alice in this account.
That's for sure. Paimon can't believe the Knights of Favonius let you go that far. Where'd you move the real statue of the Seven anyway?
Oh, gracious me. You still haven't figured it out. If I had actually done something to that statue, I would have been locked up in the teensy room next door by now. Certainly not my idea of a pleasant afternoon.
So, what's going on here?
Ah, now you're asking the right questions, Paimon.
The answer lies over here.
And it's the first time we've met Nicole.
Nicole? You're here too?
That's right. our two lovely mages are here on vacation. In fact, everything you just experienced was their handiwork.
There's a really good chance
But
that we
I'll
might
leave
just
the
do this
explanations
whole
to
event
Miss
today.
Nicole. I trust you're well acquainted with her skill at explaining all manner of
So
magic
maybe we'll
and
use the rest of
phenomena.
the week catching up on the main story.
We experienced that firsthand in Not Cry.
This bubble is a new kind of magic Alice and I invented. Inside it is a small world created using a person's memories. When you were busy reading that invitation to Mondstadt, Alice took the opportunity to place you within it.
Oh, we didn't even notice.
Huh, I wouldn't be much of a dodo king if I couldn't pull off a simple trick like that.
All that to say, the things you saw weren't real. They only exist within this bubble. Ah, except for Venti and Dvalin, of course. I invited Venti, and he brought the dragon along.
It's not every day you get to relive the beginning of your journey. It feels like listening to a verse you haven't heard in a while, right? You might not remember the name or melody, and still, you start humming along in no time. I'm assuming your trip down memory lane was similarly nostalgic.
So does Jean know about this or not? I'm starting to think that invitation letter was a fake.
Oh, no. Jean wrote that herself, I assure you. I wouldn't dare forge a letter under her name.
Huh. So you do draw the line somewhere.
Not with my daughter in her clutches. If you ever become a mother, you'll understand.
Oh, come
In
on.
her clutches.
It's not like she's being held hostage.
The point is, this magical bubble was created at the request of the Knights of Favonius. With the expedition in Nodcry comes
I don't
what we
think
home
Alice would
before
trust
long.
her daughter with anyone else.
Varka thinks it's better to
But she
give
is
people
a
time
drama
to
queen,
reunite
so
with their families. So he told
she does
Jean
have
to
to
hold
word
off on a
everything the
huge
way she
welcome
does.
reception for now. Of course,
Play
Jean
into the
has her
act.
own thoughts on the matter. You can get the details from her soon.
As things stand, we're keeping the reception small, but there will be some activities. This magic bubble is one of them. The returning knights can use it to catch up on all the major events that have occurred in Mondstadt while they were gone.
Simply put, it's a reenactment of your adventures.
Indeed. The ultimate goal is for everyone to have a chance to take part in the excitement.
So, what about the parts that took a few, creative liberties?
Oh, those were there because the bubble world is still being transcribed and debugged. Memories are easy to extract, and the resulting information density is fine, but it's not exactly a stable medium. If memories are the only thing used to recreate a world, it's hard to ensure a lack of deviations. For example, these memories belong to Venti, but even for someone like him, whose memories are quite reliable, there is bound to be some variance. Not to mention, on their own, memories lack an interactive component, so I added some self-deductive capabilities to this magic, which exacerbated the instability issues, unfortunately.
Yeah.
That
yeah.
just sounds like problems
makes
ready to
sense.
boil up.
For instance, say we're recording memories.
Return your
and
memories
Lisa
into an
happens to
AI.
fly
Hopefully
into a
it doesn't
fury over some
hallucinate too
overdue
bad.
library books at the same time. A powerful thunderstorm might unfold in the bubble world out of nowhere. Luckily, there's a simple solution. We just have to send someone to scout things out first. Then we can manually correct anything that doesn't make sense.
Exactly. Plus, once the recording is complete, the magic will loop, so there won't be further deviations, and we won't need real people to act things out. Ah, and before it's all said and done, we'll be sure to cover up your identity, Venti.
Much appreciated. Otherwise, buying around at the Angel's share is gonna be much more of a hassle.
Huh. Like you're the one who does the buying.
It's settled then. We'll allow you to be the first to relive these precious memories, and in return, you'll be our eyes on the inside.
Yeah, but it sounds like fun. Besides, we already snapped a few pics of some potential bugs. Like that weird statue of the Seven.
You know, I don't even think
No,
the angel
no,
share would be
Paimon.
the problem.
That one was entirely intentional.
Venti would just have to avoid
Seriously?
the city
As the creator
forever,
of this
or
world, I'm afforded
create
bit
a
of
new
creative
identity again.
license, I would think. Creating this bubble was no easy task. Is a little personal
Because
touch
otherwise,
too much
the
to ask
church,
for?
one, would feel really guilty
I doubt anyone will mind.
for not
As far as
believing the
I'm
bard when he
concerned,
said he
you're
was
free to do
Barbados
as you
at one
please.
time.
This is
But also
Mondstadt,
would just
after
like
all.
never leave him alone.
Oh, well. Paimon can't argue with that.
In that case, we'll be counting on you to continue testing our work tomorrow.
It's still early. Why not check out the other events at the testing grounds in the meantime? Jean should be there too.
Yeah, we'll go say hi. She's the one who invited us after all.
I think
Yeah,
nothing of it.
but I think,
now that the world is at peace, you two are overdue for a vacation.
like the quest I
Best
think
to make
takes
the
us down
most
there,
of
so
it.
we have to go there. But I think once the event stuff is opened up, we should, what's it called? Prioritize the story first, and then we can knock out all of the actual games. Hello, Artemis Bloopy. How am I today? I'm doing good. Wait, you're trying to take me the long way around. I'm pretty sure it's right there. I'm doing good. Tired, but it's only because I haven't been awake very long.
Yes, good work.
I'll wake
We'll
up
go with
eventually.
this setup.
Hey, Jean! We're here!
Honorary Knight, Paimon, welcome back. Did you have a good time in Alice's magic bubble?
Yeah, it was so cool! Paimon's looking forward to getting back in there tomorrow!
I'll be sure not to spoil it then. I imagine you might be interested in what went into the preparation, though. I loved the idea when Alice
Where am
brought
I
it
from?
up, but I knew it would take a great deal of reenactors. Not to mention recruiting
Well, I'm
Dvalin.
streaming from Arizona in the United States.
Luckily,
Only reason I haven't been up
Venti,
for very long,
or
though, is I'm
rather,
a
Lord
night owl.
Barbados agreed to help. After that, I opened up
I
recruitment
do most
to the
of my
people of Mondstadt.
creative work at night.
Countless
so.
volunteers jumped at the chance to reenact your stories, Honorary Knight. It took me 2 days just to read through all the applications.
It's not normal for my location.
A lot of people have
I'll
gotten
say
involved, and that includes quite a few familiar faces as well.
Are you one of them?
Oh, Sweden. Cool.
Yes, according to Alice, I'm one of the leading ladies.
Yeah, there are other activities here too, right? Sounds like there's a lot on your plate.
Ah, well, such are the duties of the acting Grandmaster. I'm used to it. For those of us who have been holding down the fort, so to speak, the return of the expedition team is a matter of great importance. The Grandmaster contacted me and said not to organize a grand reception on their behalf, and I understand where he's coming from. I'm sure the team will be exhausted upon returning, and making a big fuss might just tire them out further.
I'm sensing a butt in there somewhere. Tone Deaf Bard said you had other ideas.
Yes, well, those of us here in Mondstadt have been awaiting their return for a long time. Resuming normal life after such a long expedition will be quite an adjustment. An official welcome might help them feel at home and reacclimate to life here. Not to mention, it's a chance for the people to show them no matter how long we've been apart, we're still family. Yes, absolutely. And I don't know, perhaps I am overstepping. I just hope the Grandmaster isn't too upset.
So, besides the whole bubble thing, what have you got planned?
Here, I'll show you. First, this is an arena we've set up to showcase Favonius blade work.
Oh, so
The cavalry company is in charge of this one.
this is
I'm
a
sure
stream
there will be
account
some
specifically
exciting
for this
sparring
channel.
sessions.
Ooh,
I've already
that
done
means we'll
mostly,
get to see
like, all of
Kaya
this
on
stuff. Yeah, I
stage.
finished the whole event on my
That's
personal
right.
account. that I
Compared to me,
just keep
he's
private.
much better at keeping things interesting, even when the subject matter is
The
quite
first 2
serious.
days, like
can
I
think
just
of
sped
no
through
better
the
person for the
information. I
job.
did not read
You're
what
as
you were
modest
supposed to be
as ever,
doing in the
Hunky.
Favonius Blade Works.
Over here, we're running a Windglider speed shooting event.
I got
not
my
hard to
score
guess
from
who's in
brute
charge of
forcing
this
it. I
one,
did
I'm
not
sure.
even use the mechanic.
Yes,
Where
her
you're
gliding
supposed to,
skills
like,
are top notch, and she's quite
get the
creative when
IS
it comes to event
all
design.
the way up and then
Be sure to check
transform
it
into
out
the
when the
thing.
time comes.
I was like, man, why is this event so
There's also a booth
hard?
that will serve
I've
as a
got
reception
well-built
area
characters.
where people can
Then I read the
relax and
mechanic
chat
like,
with
oh
each
wait,
other.
no, this is actually
a few
just
simple
easy.
games
I'm
will
being
be available
stupid.
as well. Hertha is in charge of the drink stall, but we're still working on the menu.
Well, the more alcohol options, the better, I think. The expedition team likes the strong stuff.
Fair point. Huh?
What's with that face?
Varka's so cool.
Grandmaster, you're back? Has the entire team returned as well? Well, apologies, we're not quite done with the preparations, but I assure you, it's limited to what you see here. We're exercising the utmost restraint.
Hey. Relax, Gene, relax. No need to get all formal with me. I split from the group to make it back first. Pretend I'm not even here. Besides, I knew you'd want to surprise us, no matter what I said.
Oh, I see.
If I didn't tell you to put on the brakes, I knew you'd go full throttle and start planning the next Ludi Harpastum or Windbloom Festival. You put so much pressure on yourself, diving headfirst into the deep end without thinking about how much is on your
A full
plate.
Windbloom festival would be
I just didn't want you to overwork yourself, that's all.
Oh, wow. That's actually really nice of you.
Well, looking out for my fellow knights comes with a job. As for the event, food, drink, and fun in spades without too much pomp and circumstance. Yeah, just like a Mondstadt festival should be. The team will feel at home in no time.
That's far too kind, Grandmaster. But thank you.
I mean it, you know? Just trust my judgment. Anyway, you two got a sec? Now that I'm finally back in my old stomping grounds, let me treat you to a meal. I'll even introduce you to the Good Hunter's secret menu.
Oh, nice! Paimon's never heard of that before.
What's wrong? Not hungry?
Actually, Grandmaster, there's a few things I'd love for you to look over.
Gene's
Since
mind is
you
always
seem
on
to have
work.
some time to spare. Perhaps we could go back to headquarters first.
Hang on. You know this is just a pit stop, right? There's not going to be time for me to take over the whole shebang.
Of course. Still, you are the Grand Master.
Oh, you have no idea what this means. I'll be trapped in the office until tomorrow morning.
It's not that dramatic. If we make haste, we'll finish before dawn.
As much as Paimon wants to check out that secret menu, you should at least do some work now that you're back.
All right. Oh, let's go. Guess I'll see you tomorrow.
And that is why we waited until today to do this. But because we're in focus story mode, we're going to continue the quests first.
We made it! Wow! The whole gang's here! Even Master D-Luke!
Wow. Jean wanted my input on everything. Even though I left the Knights, Grandmaster Varka has done a lot for me. He didn't stop me from leaving back then, or throw any administrative roadblocks my way. So I owe him one.
Well, I was sad to see you go, but your mind was made up. And anyhow, you're an adult. As long as you're prepared to follow through on your choices, who am I to stop you? And let me tell you, my rebellious streak was way worse back in the day.
You look pretty tired. Late night yesterday?
Yeah, didn't get much sleep at all. And now my head's killing me. My terrible memories of being Grandmaster came rushing back at once.
The Grandmaster's wording is somewhat misleading, so allow me to elaborate. We made quick work of our tasks yesterday, much to the Grandmaster's great pleasure, so he hit up his friend Charles for a few drinks.
You know how it is. When you're catching up
You
with
know,
an old
everybody
friend,
says
a few
that-
drinks turn into a few too many. Am I right?
There's that 1.0 character syndrome or whatever, how like the older characters don't look as good as the newer ones.
Bad for you.
Which the newer ones do have some better rendering and details
see.
than some of the older ones.
Understood. I just received word from the Knights stationed at the venue.
But then there's
that
like
the setup is
D-Luke.
complete.
And that's
We can
always the one they
start
bring up,
today's
but I think
story at
even
any
in
time.
1.0, D-Luke just didn't necessarily
away.
fit in with the other characters. He looks like a pre-beta character, like somebody they made
Ah, you mean
in
like
the
how only
old
you could have purified the
version of the
volunteers?
Honkai Impact 3rd
That
engine, like
ability
before
is
this
unique
game
to
came
you.
out.
And to be honest,
And they
a
just
lot
had
of
not
people
changed
might
him
not
since
even know
then.
you're capable of something like that. So they might get stuck at that point in the story.
Don't worry, I thought about that. The story told within the bubble has some jumps. I've deleted the parts that might complicate things. The remaining content doesn't require the participant to do much of anything, actually. It should be like watching a play, except you get to walk around as you enjoy the performance.
Wait,
Hey
but we ran
Fizz,
into a combat encounter yesterday when that
thanks for
fungus
jumping
jumped
in
out at
and
us.
asking
We'll
a
take care of that.
awkward
Alice and I want this
difficult
to be an
question that I
experience
probably
even a
don't have
child
the
can
answer to.
complete without trouble. The parts you're testing today are more stable.
I don't
so
know
there
enough
shouldn't be
about
too many
neural
bugs.
technology to know if that's possible.
Of course, when you
Probably,
access the dice
we
here
already
section,
have like an
be
AI
sure to
that's
keep
made
our
out of
vision
like
in
rat
mind.
brain that people are focusing on
Speaking of Alice, where is she?
by basically just linking together a bunch of neurons to make a bigger brain
Chloe
than a rat
demanded
would
some
have
playtime
normally
with her
had
mom.
using
And
multiple
of
rat
course, as
brains.
far as Alice is concerned, nothing is more important than a
So,
request from her daughter.
Sure,
That
maybe.
checks out.
Well, let's get this show on the road. I'm ready to witness our honorary knight story firsthand.
Oh, I haven't seen the one about the human brain. I've not been keeping up with that stuff for a while. I know they first tried it with rat brains.
Ooh, dizzy. That's gonna take some getting used to. Why didn't that happen the first time?
It's not particularly a field of
Looks like we've
technology
jumped
I'm that
forward a bit
interested
since
in.
yesterday. We're at the Favonius Cathedral now.
Wait, is this the bit where we borrow the Holy Liar? Yeah, I'm not sure
I would say
about
like
this.
anything
Also, why is Tone Deaf Bard the only one
involving
here?
like
about
neural
Barca and the
networking with
others?
human brains just
Don't worry.
isn't
I'm
really
sure
something
Nicole
I'm that
has it all
particularly
planned out.
interested in. Stuff that can help with
See? Here comes
disabilities and
D-Luke
stuff. I'm interested in
Word
this. The
from
only
Knights
reason
of
why I
Favonius is that
casually
the
follow
Fatui are
stuff like
planning to steal
Neuralink,
the
but
Holy Liar der Himmel.
aside from that,
Unfortunately,
like,
that
I'm
intel
not
came
even
a little
super
late.
interested in Neuralink.
The conflict between the two parties is
the
ensuing inside.
Other surrounding
If the Fatui
technology
succeed,
adjacent to it.
we'll miss our chance to borrow the lyre. Come on, let's go help the Knights. What is it?
Oh, so that's how we're explaining this part. Huh, pretty convincing.
It's all thanks to that committed performance from our good friend D-Luke.
I'm just reading the lines Miss Nicole gave me. You need to play along, okay? The cameras are rolling.
Don't worry. Our operation isn't that strict. If there are slip-ups, I'll just delete them later. Feel free to take a relaxed approach.
I think one of the reasons why I get turned off by a lot of the news in those fields is because a lot of it is
Probably that small bubble.
kind of geared towards transhumanism, and I'm pretty much an
That's right.
anti-transhumanist.
This is a kind of communication magic. The same one the Knights of
Like,
the Rose
hardcore.
used to get in touch with me earlier. If you get stuck at any point, you can contact me through this magic, and I'll provide a few hints.
How very convenient.
Like, I'm
I
all
suppose,
for
given how the story
somebody
is
becoming
progressing, we
a
don't have to
cyborg
worry
if they
about
need to
borrowing the
fix
Holy Lyre, then.
a disability.
That's right. Obviously,
But my
we're
problem
not
is it starts gets to the
including
point
part
that
in this
people
version
just
of the
feel
story.
them being human
After
is
all,
the
Fatui
disability,
were the ones who
and
ended up with
anything
it.
past that, I'm just like,
Borrowing,
no, I
stealing,
don't want anything to do with
Leaving
it.
out that detail doesn't change the direction of the story. Anyway, the Knights are currently fighting to protect the Holy Lyre. Varka and Jean are already in the underground area. We should head over as well.
This is like getting to read the script before watching the movie.
I wonder what would happen if, this time, we managed to catch the Fatui thief in the act.
That would complicate things. Worst case scenario, we might need to do another take. So if you could refrain from going off script, that would be great.
Okay, okay.
Someone's got an axe to grind.
Hey, Mike.
You're just in time. The situation is not looking good at the moment. The Fatui brought much more force than expected.
Yeah, it's turned into quite a mess.
You're not bad, boy. Against the Fatui, though, you'll need to try harder than that.
You ain't messing around, huh? Take this!
Oh no! If this keeps up, the Holy Lyre's gonna be... Oh, sorry. Paimon can't do this. Nicole, shouldn't these people be wearing Fatui costumes at least?
Yeah, it's kinda hard to get in the zone when our opponents look like average guild members.
Let me see here. Ah, it looks like magical autoload has been disabled, so the Fatui costumes didn't appear. I'll get that fixed. Just ignore the problem for now and continue with the scene. Remember, this is a tense moment.
Got it. In that case, I'll evacuate the members of the church right away.
All right, thank you. As you see, Traveler, the situation is dire. We need to retrieve the Holy Lyre and get it back to headquarters.
Looks like the Fatui are tied up fighting the Knights. I doubt they have the manpower to spare to deal with us.
Which means, if we rush in, we should be
How do
able
I feel
to
about
retrieve
connecting
the lyre.
a consciousness to another organic body rather than a cybernetic one? Even if the body isn't physically human? That sounds awful.
Sure are getting into character. Okay then, let's go.
Like, I haven't thought too much on that, but my gut feeling is that that just sounds completely awful.
If the conflict really had escalated to this point back then... Ugh. Just imagine the cleanup work.
Yeah, good thing it didn't turn out like that. No use thinking about something that didn't happen, right?
When your free time is as precious as mine, it's hard not
Of course,
to think
with
about
humans
it.
involved, that kind of reminds me of the movie with Steve Martin called The Man with Two Brains. But getting away from humans, that gets even worse.
I couldn't keep up with you after all, Grandmaster. It's like you've gotten even stronger since I last saw you.
Expeditions have a way of doing that to people. Ever consider taking your adventurers out on a long trip?
Ah, I think I'll pass.
I never thought I'd get the chance to spar with the cavalry captain.
I'm always up for a duel. As long as you treat me to a glass of wine after we're done.
Alright, you guys have nothing to say.
How dare you stand in our way! You'll face our Harbinger's wrath soon enough!
You guys aren't gonna go after them? Fine.
What a coincidence. Or perhaps I should say, great minds think alike.
Yes, well, this looked like the most relaxed part of the performance. I'd prefer to get this over with and return to my work as soon as possible. I'm assuming you feel the same, Miss Lisa?
Of course. After all, this place suffers from a dire lack of comfortable chairs and good tea.
Yeah, especially as a librarian, I could see Lisa not liking this place. It's a mess for a religious archive. And it's also just really oddly spaced out. Mostly because we had to do a stealth mission in here at the beginning of the game, which this part of the story is comedically reenacting. But, like, you know, if you made this a proper archive or library, you could fit way more shelves in here. Like, probably, what, 6 times as many shelves in here. Everything could be organized and condensed a lot better. It's very inefficient use of space. And yeah, there should be some reading sections. Especially something that's like an archive like this, that's basically hidden. Only the clergy are allowed down here. You'd think they can't bring any of these tomes out of here? So shouldn't you have desks or other places to study? Librarians should be very disappointed, for sure.
The Holy Liar! There it is!
Well, well, well. It seems our outer diversions were most effective. The knights know not that the true danger lurks right beneath their nose.
It's no wonder you're known as the youngest, most capable electro-Sisson mage in your unit. You can read our enemy like a book.
No! We're too late!
Put the liar down.
You heard her! Put it down and put him up! Or this is gonna get ugly! Wait, why are you the only one with a costume, Fischl?
Why? Because I fashioned this headpiece myself, of course. How does it look? I am the spitting image of an electro-Sisson mage, am I not?
And I suppose I look enough like an electro-Sisson as I am.
Hold on. Trying to distract me with conniving conversation, are you? Ha! You underestimate me. To think I would appear before you without full confidence in my victory. Go forth, Oz. Sissons, take care of these.
I wish Fischl could normally summon that many Oz's.
The Liar der Himmel belongs to the Fatui.
Have her electric ravens all
that
over the
was
place.
Fast. Mage-powered flight is something else.
Fischl is... the Fatus is getting away! After her, quick!
It's a weird reenactment, though. I guess because they want
And don't let them catch you.
the knights when they return to think
That's
that,
nothing
like,
the gliding champion of the Fatui can't
the
handle.
honorary knight wasn't trying to steal the lyre. But we were going through a stealth mission originally to try to steal the lyre before we even found out that the Fatui was going to be there. Amber, you got stuck?
Hey! That goes against gliding regulations!
Oh, man. Why would you put that so close to the dash forward? Couldn't even get into it. It just caught me back up
Pretty
immediately.
tough, aren't ya? Well, let's see how you handle this.
Oh my god. Why are you throwing mud at me?
Paimon thought the Adventurers Guild were the only ones role-playing as Fatui.
Just thought I'd lend him a
I mean,
hand.
thankfully it doesn't
Mitchell
do
didn't
anything
have time to
to
make
me,
me a cool hat, though.
Just throwing mud at me.
Amber's over there. Let's get ready to land.
Here they come! Positions, everyone!
People are saying it may be possible to create a discount Krang in the future. Does anybody want real-life Robo-Brains running around? Oh, like Krangs and, like, Daleks and stuff?
Chase this time.
Daleks. I'm sure there are people who want it. Like, if their body's failing them, they would rather just be, like, put into a robot.
Yes.
Or there's definitely
I
people
remember
who
it
would
being
even
much
be as
more
far
run
as
down.
going the Ghost in the
This
Shell
place is
route.
far more
Because there's so many
structural
people who
appeal.
aren't even
The Lawrence
attached
clan lived here
to
for a
who they
time.
are as a body.
This doesn't look
They
like
think
their
their mind is
handiwork.
all that there is to
And
them.
I know for sure
right?
it's not the work
So-
of the knights.
I completely disagree with it, but there
Must
are
be a bit of
definitely
creative
people who would
license
be
on the part of our
fine
dear
in that
mages, then.
situation.
Alice
You
said
would
the
get
original was too
heavily,
run down
heavily-
and didn't fit her aesthetic taste. So we repurposed some assets
Prejudice,
from
I think,
Golden
would probably be
Apple
the right word there.
Archipelago.
You'd get
As you
heavy
can imagine,
prejudice
Alice has always been a
towards
go big
people
or
who do
go
that,
home
and
kind of
maybe
person.
even towards people who refuse to do that too.
Yeah.
It's actually one of the things that I think Ghost in the Shell handles great as a
Still, our
series.
mission remains the same.
With
We're
its
here to get
concepts
back the
of
Holy
tackling
Lyre.
identity.
Yeah. And this
Is
time
both
we
sides
have
of
a whole bunch
the-
of people to help us. Not just you, Luke. Should be a
Prejudice
total
to the
big
point of
thing.
bigotry at some points. Towards people who do go basically full robot body, and also towards people who try to stay completely human. Because you get to a point in the age where everybody's got some type of modification to them.
A human never doubts what their eyes see or rejects the ground beneath their feet. Both now warn you that this is the end of the road. Give up and turn back while you can.
That voice. Is it Mona?
Mona? Oh, you mean Barbarloth's student.
You know about her?
Well, I mean, there would be prejudice and bigotry towards that
After
too.
your expedition left.
Well, I had regular
But
contact
the problem
with
is,
the Hexen Circle.
if you
so
create
her
a
name
brain,
came up now
right,
and then.
like you clone a brain,
The whole thing about her messing up and being too afraid to go back.
there's going to have to be so
Yeah,
many
I
trials
know
as
that
to
too.
whether or not
What?
that has the rights of a person. And I do
No!
personally
No one
believe
in the Hexen Circle should
you would
know
have
about
to
that.
give them the same rights as an individual
For real?
person.
Sorry.
And that's
going to
create all kinds of problems on its own.
All of them?
I'm afraid so. Oh, except Granddaughter, I suppose.
Fine. That's just fine. It's
This is an
not
issue
like
with
the old
cloning in
hag's
general,
gonna
too.
come find me in Mondstadt to settle the score, right?
Anyway, how do we cross?
I'm not telling.
But the fact that
Aw,
you create
come
something
on.
that has
Don't
the
take it
identity of
out
a
on
person,
us.
it is now considered legally a unique person, or at least it should.
Unrelated. Besides, I'm playing
I
a
think the
Fatouche
precedent, the
whose
fact
job
that
it is to issue
identical
rules.
twins are
You
considered
can't just
unique
ask
people,
me for the answer.
and have always been that way. And you'd have to extend that to literally anything else that you created.
If you want the answer, think back to what I said at the beginning.
Okay, we need to go to... There's certain points where we can land. Yeah. And then we can just wait, and then we can jump across again. There we go.
Nice! We made it!
We don't need to follow your puzzle. We can just Dragoon leap to where we need to go.
Looks like Mika's guarding this spot.
Oh, hey! It's been a while.
Hello, Grandmaster. Hello, everyone. No. Wait, my line. How did you get in here?
I would think you have bigger concerns right now. Tell us where to find the lyre.
It's locked in the back room, but good luck getting in there. 3 crests are needed to enter, and each one is guarded by a Fatouche.
Wait, but in real life, we only needed 1 key.
Yes, but there are 3 locations to visit. If there was only 1 key to be found, there's a good chance the encounters set up at the other 2 locations would go to waste. All our actors worked so hard to memorize their lines. It would be a shame if their part got skipped over.
A fair point. They're playing through the story just like us, after all.
To be honest, when I first read my lines, I was kind of confused at how I just give up the intel without a fight. But when I actually had to stand up against all of you, it made sense. I mean, Mr. D-Luke practically had me in a cold sweat.
Really? I only had 1 line.
Mika, that's just because you're nervous
Yet
all
in
the
a game
time
of cards,
anyway.
It's the ones that remain unturned that strike the greatest fear in your opponent. The same principle applies here.
That's right. And I've been told you have quite a few tricks up your sleeve, Mr. D-Luke. Anyway, you can head in now. Everyone should be ready.
One moment. We can't quite end it like this. I believe you have 1 more line, Mika.
Do I have to say it?
It would benefit the scene.
All right. I told you everything I know. Now leave me alone.
And off he goes.
Looks like we were followed. Guess Mondstadt's elite aren't to be underestimated, huh?
Stand aside. This one's personal. But this time, I'm fully locked and loaded! Come on, kid! Let's finish what we started!
Yeah, why do you want to fight Marcus?
Thunder! I just can't... Okay.
Oh yeah. Dropping like 1 combo, that's fine.
Somehow this round wasn't quite as fun.
All talk.
Probably because you had to act like a Fatouche. At this point, I could take down those with my eyes closed.
True! Guess I didn't stand a chance, huh?
Oh, so you were the one in the Fatouche costume. Does that mean the auto-load bug is fixed now, Nicole?
It would seem so.
Man, their armor is heavy. and not breathable at all. You're telling me the Fatui and Sumeru and Natlan also wear this stuff? I can't even imagine.
Rumor has it, Fatui recruits undergo rigorous training. I feel like there's some truth to that after all. Well, even though we lost, Dad had fun for sure. Here's the crest I was guarding. You've earned it.
Talk about bad luck. The minute you put on that Fatui costume, the gun stopped working. How weird is that?
That's just normal Bennett luck.
Thanks for stepping in, Dad. Guess I'll have to hand it in to Miss Nicole for repairs later.
We thought Bennett's luck was going to improve in general, now that Natlan was reconnected to the world's ley lines. But it seems like his luck still only exists in Natlan. He comes back to Mondstadt, immediately goes back to bad luck. There was another way. Is that how you get to this one, or is this a dead end? Oh, this is Mika. I have to come back this way with the keys.
Try to keep up!
The Vatus up ahead values wealth above all else. No bargaining chip is off the table. Luckily, I've prepared a negotiation multi-tool for this situation. Don't forget to take it with you.
Wait, Mona? Again?
What? The more roles you play, the more you get paid. That's what Alice said. I was hoping to do even more than this, but it is what it is. Anyway, the crest is with me. All I need to know is how much you're willing to cough up to get it. Let's talk business, shall we?
Mona does need the money. You know, I'll just give it all to her. I'm not even gonna haggle. She earned it.
Who would have thought there was this much more to be made in a dump like Mondstadt?
Hey! Did you just break character?
What? Of course not. All right, here's the crest. Huh. And with that, I'm off the clock. Oh, and by the way, word has it you accomplished something major in Nodcry. You reeled in the true moon from beyond the false firmament. Well, I spend most of my time staring into a scry glass, after all. If something changes in the sky, you think I wouldn't notice? Hydromancy uses the false stars to reflect true fate within the water. Now, I can't help but wonder what I would see if I cast a reflection of the true moon instead. Of course, I need a whole new set of equipment to look into that, which means shelling out a whole lot of mora. So I've been taking on a lot of odd jobs.
No wonder Alice gave you quite a few parts in this.
Generous compensation, minimal manual labor. It's been a good gig. Plus, the Hexencircle never promises an amount they can't deliver. Even though her daughter is, in some part, responsible for my predicament. That was a long time ago, and I know Klee didn't mean it.
Huh. I guess the moon's a big deal in hydromancy. Just spitballing here, but it kind of sounds like your progress would be much faster if you, I don't know, just contacted Barbeloth directly.
Oh, come on. Enough about that old hag. You're doing this on purpose, aren't you? Oh, come on. Enough about that old hag.
Okay. Some of the other ones have different lines after you talk to them.
On me.
Oh, no, I still went the wrong way. Where is the direction I am missing? That's them. Here. tiny little
The road
gateway.
ahead is
Easy to
almost
miss.
completely blocked. Looks like this person isn't taking visitors. Guess we'll just have to be careful. We need that crest.
Ah! On fire.
What? They handed over their crests? Looks like the decision has been made for me then. Further resistance would be foolish.
Gotta say, Paimon didn't expect you to play this kind of role, Durant.
Well, actually, Aunt Alice was planning for me to play Dvalin if the dragon himself didn't agree to take part. That was the backup plan. Apparently, there's a spell like the one used to make Simulanka that could change me back into an evil dragon.
That does not sound like a good idea.
Oh, it's all just
I
play.
have to agree. That sounds like a disaster waiting to happen.
You'd be
I don't
fine.
think I'd be very good at playing the evil dragon anyway. I'm not intimidating enough. Luckily, Dvalin agreed to take part after all, so my role was switched to timid Fatui Guard B, and I got to wear a costume instead.
Wow, that's a pretty huge change. Why B, though?
Oh, because Mika is Guard A.
As expected, Alice has got it all planned out.
All right, we've got all the crests. Let's head back and look for Mika.
Do you say something else?
I'm just glad I didn't have to play the
Oh, okay. Basically the same thing. Just without all the follow-up lines.
Mika! We have the crests!
All right. This elevator's a bit complicated to operate, so Miss Nicole asked me to help activate it. Just one moment.
Thanks.
No problem. Best of luck up there.
Huh. I don't remember Fatui being this nice. Where's the fun in that?
Of course you want to make things difficult. Come on, let's get out of here.
I don't know, I'm with Venti. This equivalent of a haunted house reenacting our adventures would be more fun if it were a little more difficult. You know. Just saying. But I guess, you know, the idea is that even though they're
I
NPCs,
hope this is safe.
other adventurers are going to have to do this. But, you know, it's a game. Let us do game things.
The Holy Liar!
This part's actually
There it is! Wait, but Paimon remembers something about a...
Hot-blooded, careless, and reckless heroes! Despair, for you have stepped into my trap! Wait, what? All it did was lock the liar up! Well, I wasn't the one who designed it. All Alice said was that activating it would turn the tables.
I see.
That checks out.
They laugh as if they already know what is to transpire. I do not have a good feeling about this. Allow me to clarify before we proceed. How was it that the liar was retrieved back then?
From what I've heard, the Fatui agent guarding this place was given a thorough beating, and then the lock opened.
So then, I'm the one who walked into the trap?
Do not despair, mein Fräulein. Miss Alice provided us with backup, did she not? We are not entirely outmatched.
'Tis true. Though thine Prinzessin stands on the cusp of defeat, courage has not yet failed her. Let this be our last stand! Come forth, my loyal servants! Smite all who stand
Okay, Amy,
against us!
show me what you got.
Look! The ravens get confused if they don't hit anyone. Now's your chance!
Group 2, reinforce!
Here. On me.
I don't know if it matters if we actually hit them or not.
On me.
They all come back anyway.
Group 3, Group 4! Oh, forget it. All of you, attack at once!
Oh, okay. Yeah, they just die anyway. There's no point to that. But, you know, it makes me feel better to hit them.
On me.
Well, well. It seems I must send forth my most capable servant of all. He shall dispose of you in one fell swoop.
As you wish, mein Fräulein. Our situation is dire, mein Fräulein. It seems this is the end of the road.
Electrocystin played by Osvaldo Hrafnavens. I always forget that Oz had a last name.
Off the ante!
Alright, alright, alright. I give up. Just don't hit. Alright. I know when I'm beat. You win.
You were brilliant, Miss Fischl. The recording was fantastic. I'm certain future participants will have a great time.
Yeah! This role was perfect for you!
Huh. Your praise is a compliment to your own good sense. Yet know that this is but the least of your princess's abundant talents.
Huh. It doesn't look like the lock is opened, though.
True. This isn't what we were told would happen.
I doubt the mages want us to just break it open. It's not their style.
Perhaps we haven't met a certain condition then?
We still have to pummel the mage.
Oh, wait! Does that mean the beating up part has to happen for this to proceed? You dare place your princessin in such a scene? 'Tis an affront of the highest order!
I'm afraid it may be the only way to end this, mein Fräulein. But not to worry. It's all pretend, after all.
Very well. I shall allow this trespass, if only to bring this to an end. Just be gentle.
Huh? Oh, right. Paimon's the weakest one here. Here goes nothing.
Ah, it's open.
It was the most gentle pummeling anybody's ever received.
Miss Alice does love to tease, doesn't she?
Congratulations on obtaining the Holy Lyre der Himmel. That's a wrap for now.
Wow! This is quite the gathering. And do you smell that? Is that the secret menu Barker was talking about? Oh, Paimon's stomach has been rumbling this whole time, so she's gonna dig in. Don't forget to grab some food before it's all gone, okay?
Oh, hello. Did you need something?
Nope, just noticed that you seemed a lot more relaxed.
You know, we often threw banquets like this when I was little. But then, as more and more of our ranks left on expeditions and I was left in charge, the number of celebrations decreased. I'm not the most natural entertainer after all. Now, seeing a gathering like this after all this time, I can't help but feel a bit regretful for not keeping up the tradition.
Well said, traveler.
Barbara?
You told me you wanted the expedition members to feel at home. But in my eyes, the feeling of home isn't something you can force. Home is... what happens when we're all together like this?
Ah, you're right. And you know what? I've been coming to the same conclusion. The location isn't the most important factor. No matter how far we get from Mondstadt, home is wherever we're together. I appreciate the kind words, you two. I will do just that. Make sure to do the same, traveler. It's not often you get to make it back here. There's a lot of people waiting to catch up. Now that we're outside the bubble and no longer in character, there should be plenty of time.
Hey! Honorary knight! Look up! Pretty stellar view from up here, and the breeze is nice too.
Of course, that is where
Care
you
to
would
join
choose
me?
to hang out.
Oh, of all the places to sit, it just had to be there.
Not the
To each their
Barbados
own, I
wines.
suppose. Just be careful on the way up, traveler.
I guess it makes the most sense, though. If he wasn't there, he'd probably be up on the roof of the church or something. That guy jumps around ridiculously, like he's a Final Fantasy character or something.
Let's fly.
We can take a shortcut.
Have a seat. I come bearing drinks. Booze free, of course. You're welcome. Ah, well, that's what being home is all about, right? Letting go, feeling at ease. Figure we both deserve that after all this time. You think so? Glad to hear it. There's no place like home. That's what people say, right? The expedition took me far and wide, and still, little alcohol in my system, it would all come back. The cathedral, the statue, the windmills in the city, the pigeons and dandelions in front of the gate. The further away you get, the more you miss it. I might be biased, but it means a lot that you care about this place. I get that. The people are what make Mondstadt what it is, too. All the carefree kids running around, livening up the place. Which reminds me, I never thanked you for helping Mondstadt out back then. It takes a special person to do what you did. Most people are helpless in the face of abyssal corruption. Considering their target was Dvalin, things could have been bad. I suppose Barbados could have handled it, even though he hadn't been awake for long. But still, I doubt the ending would have turned out quite so perfect. Dvalin is family to him, you know? Having to choose between the dragon's life and Mondstadt's safety, that would have been cruel. Not to mention, the Wild Hunt would have reached our borders sooner or later. We'd have been stretched thin without your help. Maybe you've never put two and two together, but what you did in Natlan also helped reduce the threat of the Wild Hunt. If Natlan's crisis hadn't been resolved, the two abyssal powers might have joined forces at some point, making our situation even more dire. Ha! Look at us. taking down the Abyss in 2 separate nations. Doing the Knights of Favonius proud, aren't we?
Well, something I like about this event, which we'll get to later, is that it actually...
I guess not.
...finally gives you...
In any case, for a knight,
somewhat of
honor
a
is something
concrete
you get to
answer of
define
what the
for
Abyss
yourself,
is.
no matter what the outside world thinks. And that's the question, isn't it? Why do we do what we do? Well, I think it's safe to say you already know the answer.
It's not a perfectly clear answer, but it does kind of lock it into
So this is
what
where you've been hiding.
type of thing it is.
You know, I don't think this was designed for sitting.
Ha! When did you become such a stickler? Come have a drink with us. There's plenty.
Don't mind if I do. Grape juice? Again?
You know, Charles would never let me hear the end of it if I started drinking without him.
Disappointing, but understandable. Oh, I almost forgot. Since this banquet is also for the actors, I invited Dvalin.
All right. Might hike up the bill a bit, but who cares? Haven't seen him in too long.
Yeah, well, he turned me down. He never did like being the center of attention. The city is a little too small for him to spread his wings. Even if no one is afraid of him, he could still take out a windmill or two. Guess it's better not to risk it.
Huh. Maybe it's time to draft a proposal to build him a landing pad.
The Traveler's right. If this is what makes him comfortable, might as well let him be. In the meantime,
Yeah, a landing pad would definitely make him
To
even
our
more the center of
honorary
attention.
knight.
To our honorary knight.
I often think about our parting at Windrise, you know. And now, almost in the blink of an eye, the final stop on your journey is just around the corner. Snezhnaya. The Tsaritsa's plans have continued to advance. Now, only the Pyronosis remains free from her grasp.
But if even the captain couldn't take Malwika's Gnosis by force, I guess we don't need to be concerned about its safety for now. So that's good news, at least.
You wouldn't be taking a dig at someone else's ability to hold on to their Gnosis, now would you, Grandmaster?
Haha, of course not. I'm not one to rub salt in old wounds.
Her harbingers do often tend to take a rather extreme approach. Just look at Child or Senora. But we would be mistaken to ignore the fact that Senora did not win the Geonosis using force.
Right. You told me about the contract Morax signed with her before his death. You're saying she didn't need to resort to violence in Mondstadt either?
That's right. If she was able to provide a reason convincing enough to persuade Morax, she could have persuaded me no problem. I suppose she just didn't think there was a reason to negotiate. I had just woken up, so I must not have seemed like much of a threat. Honestly, the Gnosis was of no use to me.
Yeah, I think it's
I didn't care
more
who
of
it belonged
Signora's
to or what means were
hubris.
used to take it. I just knew if
Same
I
reason
fought
why
her
she
in that
thought
moment,
she was still strong enough to
Cathedral,
take us in a
perhaps
duel
even the
later,
entire city
leading to
might
her
have
own
become
death.
collateral damage.
True. I wouldn't put it past Senora to take civilians as hostages either.
But I've been saying from the beginning, I think
in the end, though, it was those
Venti
same
totally
methods
could have
that
still
led to
taken her,
end.
even though he just woken
After
up.
all, her third target,
And that kind
the Raiden
of
Shogun,
helps convince me
wasn't
of that.
a big negotiator back then.
He just didn't want to for the
Perhaps
sake of
Senora's
everybody in
success
Mondstadt, and it would also
Mondstadt
blow
knew
his
it
cover.
convinced her that she
You
was
know,
a match for the Archon of any nation.
like it was just better for him to give it up.
You did the right thing. It pained me to see Inazuma as it was back then. I'm glad things have changed since. Of course, now the elite force of Harbingers has quite a few missing from its ranks, so I suspect the Tsaritsa no longer has the means to meddle in other nations like she used to. Who knows? Perhaps a chance to formally meet her in Snezhnaya might come sooner than we think.
Some of our knights remain stationed in Not Cry. If you need help, just say the word, and we'll be there.
The look in your eyes. It's changed a lot since you first set off from Mondstadt. But my advice remains unchanged. Never forget that the journey itself has meaning, traveler. The birds of Tevat, the songs in the cities, the Tsaritsa, her Fatui and the monsters, they are all part of that journey. Perhaps earth-shaking truths and indescribable trials await you at the end. Just remember, there is more to life than that. Alright, that's more than enough acting like a real Archon for one night. And still, not a sip of drink for dear old Venti at a time like this? You're no fun, Varka.
Dun dun dun!
Dun dun dun! Da da da!
This is so fun, Mom!
I think so too. Come on, let's blow them all up.
Mom, when can I play with the magic toy you made me?
Very soon, darling. In fact, it should be ready tomorrow. I just know you're going to love it.
Yay! Can we play together?
Why, of course. We'll have ourselves a splendid time.
Oh, that's such a good moment. Like, clearly, Alice enjoyed fish blasting too, because if you read, or listen to Klee's dialogue about her favorite food, it's about the bass that you can get in Mondstadt. You get it, specifically, she likes the ones from Cider Lake, but Starfell Lake and all that, they all have the Mondstadt black bass as well. And she prefers it grilled, which you can probably grill them really fast with bombs. And she's like, even her mom likes it. So I think it was kind of always like a family tradition. I think Alice probably showed her first. That apple does not fall very far from the tree at all. Can't wait to meet Kleiner, though. I kind of want to know what the dad's like.
Alright, we made it! Time for round 2! Huh? Was this bubble this color before? Is something wrong?
I'm not sure. It was like this when I came to check on things this morning.
What? That can't be! How would the power of the Abyss even get in there?
You sure know your stuff, Traveler.
Same way he gets in everywhere.
That's where my head went too. But I don't know. Something is different about this power.
What does that mean?
It seems to be in an embryonic state. Like an egg that hasn't hatched, the dark clouds before a storm, or an omen before disaster strikes.
Of course, the world within the magic bubble is imaginary, so the same should be true of this abyssal power. At least for now.
You created this magic, right, Alice? Do you have any idea what's going on here?
Ooh, new magic does often come with its issues, so I can't say I'm entirely surprised something like this would crop up. As for a solution, however, I'm afraid I need more information first.
One thing is for certain, at least. Given the current threat, we'll have to close off the bubble to event participants. My apologies, Miss Alice. I know you've made a promise to Klee, but I'm not sure you'll be able to keep it.
And that's the first time you ever see her angry.
Have you ever seen Alice look this serious?
There's only really one thing Alice cares about, and that's her daughter.
Unprecedented crisis notwithstanding, it's too soon to just throw in the towel. What we should be focusing on is how we're going to fix this.
Are we talking about the Klee situation or the Abyss situation?
Yes.
Both. Now, I have my suspicions, but I'll need someone to head into the bubble and confirm a few things. It's not like we can avoid going in there, right? We have to nip this crisis in the bud, after all.
I agree. We have to take action.
All right. I'll go convince Klee to play somewhere else for now and then head right back. In the meantime, Nicole, be a dear and keep observing the bubble from out here. Oh, and provide any fixes you can while the rest are inside.
I don't know, Alice. There are quite a few unknowns here. It's not like I can force people to head in there and take that risk. We angels aren't miracle workers.
It's literally what an angel is. An angel is literally a miracle worker.
I'll do what I can. Just be quick, okay? This is your magic, after all.
Well, guess this is our best option. We're definitely not gonna sit back and watch.
The part where Barbados uses the lyre to summon abyss-corrupted Dvalin. Then, everyone joins forces to fight him inside Storm Terror's lair, purges him of abyssal influence, and there you have it. Happy ending.
Yep, that sounds like how it happened.
Well, we've got the gang from back then all here. Let's go in and find out what's happening.
Count me in 2. Potential threat or not, if there's even the slightest chance Mondstadt is in danger, I need to get to the bottom of it.
Jean?
It's nothing. I was just feeling a bit, nostalgic, getting to work together like this again.
Yeah. Yesterday felt like that too.
Yes, but that was for fun. That which confronts us now is a real crisis. So I suppose the memories just came back to me all at once.
Ooh, look at you getting all sentimental. That's a first.
Well, I suppose I am a bit too high-strung most of the time.
Hey, don't be embarrassed to say what you feel. I think that's how things should be. It's how we all grow closer. Besides, the more you open up, the less people will be surprised like Paimon here when you choose to share something.
And just look at Paimon. No filter whatsoever, word vomits whatever comes to mind. And that's what makes her so endearing and approachable.
Ha! It's about time you gave Paimon a compliment, tone-deaf bard. Hang on.
I feel like sarcasm is lost on Paimon.
Before we set off, I just want to stress that whatever is happening in the bubble right now is a huge unknown. I was able to maintain contact before, but right now all I can observe within is chaos. So I imagine communication might be cut off as well. It might be difficult for us to guide you, so proceed with caution.
Don't worry. This isn't our first time leaping headfirst into a dangerous situation.
There's also a last resort I can fall back on if worst comes to worst. Though it would mean all our recent hard work going to waste.
You mean destroying the bubble entirely?
Yes, if it comes down to it.
All right. I'll monitor the situation from outside and provide whatever external fixes and support I can in the meantime.
Understood. Prepare for the worst, hope for the best. Sound good?
All right, let's go.
Whoa! Is this Mondstadt? Didn't we all come in at the same time? Where are the others? Look!
At least there's a lot of combat in this part. That makes it more fun.
A whole bunch of monsters! Yeah!
Ah, perfect timing. Come on, let's show these unwelcome guests the door. Time for takeoff.
Nicole! No, I can barely make out what you're saying. Thankfully, I have subtitles. Ow.
Yahoo! Yeah. Ha, yeah.
Oh, nice. He got stuck on a lamppost.
Ha. Yeah.
That's what you get for being so big.
All good, Minty?
Very much so, thanks to your timely arrival. But Mondstadt looks like it's in bad shape.
It's unfortunate that you won't be able to work out until the 20th. Hard to do while fasting. Yeah, I've been through that.
Yeah! The city's crawling with abyssal monsters.
Not for any holiday, just, you know, every so often it's good to choose to fast.
I'm not sure what
Also,
happened,
sometimes
but
I've
the
been
rest
forced
of
to
our
out of
group
just
might
being
need
too
backup.
poor at different
Let's
points in
find
my
them
life.
first.
But I can relate. I still try to get some,
Let's go!
like, body weight or gravity exercises done, just like a minimal amount. Because there's some of them you can still do so many times a day on just, like, water without having to,
Look! It's the Volin!
you know,
Paimon or...
be too taxing on the body, but you'd probably even have to wait until
You're
after
right.
sundown
The
before you
corruption
even
has
did
spread
that.
throughout his entire body. If we had failed to purify him in real life, I imagine this is what would have become of him.
I remember when I was, like, really low on calories.
It's his tears.
Because I've gone over a month without eating before. The stuff that I still
Yes,
found
but at this
kind
point,
of easy to do wasn't even
These
the body
tears
weight
are
stuff.
essentially crystallizations of abyssal
It was
power.
like,
If left unchecked,
really
they
low
will
weight,
continuously summon abyssal monsters, and this
but still
disaster
keeping the
will
reps.
never end.
So I would just take, like, a
We
can,
also need to get our hands on one of them.
like a heavier can, something maybe between 5 to 10 pounds. And I would just do some curls, just to make
No,
sure that I wasn't
this degree of corruption
atrophying too
cannot
much.
be cleansed. Besides, we need them in their corrupted state if we want to.
Because one of the
summon
benefits of
Dvalin.
fasting,
I doubt the pure sound
right,
of the lyre can
is that your
reach him
body
in
will
his
start to
current
eat away
state.
at any fat stores that you have.
Like this whole thing is
But the thing is, if you're not keeping at least somewhat active, it will also start eating away at your
Yes.
muscle. Because
I
you just
wasn't
don't need
certain
that
before
when you're
Dvalin
low
showed
on
up,
calories.
But now I'm sure
If you
the
keep like a
situation is
minimum
more than
amount of
simple
activity,
chaos.
though, it will prefer to not
It
atrophy
seems
your
more
muscle too
like
much.
an
And would
alternate
prefer
version
to
of
just eat at
events.
the fat.
And I have some idea of how it came to be. Well, monsters abound no matter where
Though I
we
say,
look.
like,
You choose where to go, and I'll
you know,
follow.
walking is typically enough to stop that too, if you just don't want to tax yourself. Where's Nicole? There she is. You get heals from her during this part. Which is necessary because until we unlock Jean, we have nobody who can't heal. Yeah, that's why I said you probably wouldn't even want to do that until after sundown. I did mention that. Okay. I don't think it really matters
Would gliding be faster?
which order we do it in. I just want to find Jean as soon as possible. No, that's D-Luke. I mean, D-Luke's fine, but Jean's the one who has healing. That's the important one. There we go. We'll do you, and then we'll go pick up D-Luke.
Look, it's Jean!
Yeah! Let's play!
Think you can get away? Yeah.
What if...
Oh.
Here we go.
I forgot that he has a hitbox behind him.
Thanks for the help. I know everything we encounter in this bubble is imaginary, but these monsters sure fight like the real thing. It's a bit too true to life.
Don't worry. As long as we collect Dvalin's tears, we can use this abyssal power to our advantage.
I see. In that case, let's get moving.
You see a lot of people online who don't like Islam saying Muslims only gain weight on Ramadan. You don't know how that's possible. Well, there are a lot of them, right, that feast
he might be at the upper
after
levels.
sundown.
Let's search together.
The thing is, there's a lot of people who have no self-control.
Right.
And if you do feast after
we should go help him first.
not eating all day, sometimes you end up eating even more calories than you would have otherwise. I know this is not hold true for all Muslims, but especially more secular ones. There are a lot of them who end up gaining more weight than they would have lost. It depends which practices you actually hold true. I think the big problem there is just like when you take any... Oh, that's right, we can't even interact with them yet. You take any religious group and don't realize that it's actually a bunch of different religious groups, and you just start saying that some things are true for every member of it.
Here we go. Time for takeoff.
Made it. Thanks for the assist. It looks like Mondstadt is in dire straits. Did you see any knights or civilians on the way here? And my initial suspicion could be right. The knights have abandoned the city and evacuated all civilians to a different location.
Abandon the city?
In the face of unrelenting abyssal attacks, it's possible they had no other choice.
Especially
but
like...
none of that matters now. An empty city has its advantages.
If you were to just fast all
day, to protecting civilians for one,
and then you ate a lot of calories at night too,
it looks like one of Dvalin's tears.
You're also not being
feel
very
good about
active
just leaving it
during
here.
the time that your body's processing those calories,
Just what we were hoping to find.
because the next thing
Let's
you're going to
take it
do
with
is end
us.
up sleeping.
Wait, what about Varka? Have you seen him?
This is a big problem.
I'm not sure where he is. We'll just have to keep looking.
That a lot of people have with dieting, right? They'll just have, they'll not eat all day and they'll have big dinners, and then they just compound all that stuff while they sleep, because you don't burn a lot of calories while you sleep. Like, at all.
Go and splat!
Barbados, guide us.
Verdict is...
Like, if I was trying to lose weight, and I know this sounds very opposite to what like a lot of people do, but I've done PT for people, right? If I was trying to lose weight and I only had one meal a day, I would make sure that meal was breakfast. That's it. I wouldn't eat anything else. I would eat breakfast at the beginning, and if I got hungry for the rest of the day and the night, I would just be hungry. That would be the optimal way to lose weight. The problem is a lot of people just can't function that way. So if you're going to skip a meal, breakfast is like the easiest one to skip. In fact, for most people, if you can only have one meal, dinner is the easiest one to only have. Oh my god, he just ran completely out of my thing.
Let's play.
There we go. I could use some healing. That'd be nice.
Think you can get away? Here we go.
Oh, that's right. I forgot I could use that during D-Luke's fight. If you activate this, thunder starts coming, or lightning comes down from the sky. Technically not thunder, that's just a sound. Have I been picking these up? Have I just been running by these things and not picking them up? I think I have. I started talking and I got distracted and I didn't even pick up any of these things that I need to pick up.
Verdict is...
See, like I'm running on spared calories this very instance, and it's only almost 5. It's almost 5 p.m. Listen, I know how that feels, man. Like I said, I went a whole month once with no food at all, like only water. I didn't no like day-night cycle difference or anything. Now the difference was I could have water during the daytime, but like. I know how it feels. It kicks your butt. Oh, hey, Zeka. Turns out that life is easier with an E6 Evernight. I would assume so. Life is already easy with an E2 Evernight. I would assume E6 just makes it even easier.
Ha! Ha! Ha!
Go as flat! I swear by my sword!
Okay, where... Just the dehydration? I would imagine that's the case too, because your body could go way longer without food. I need to get down. Than it can without water, right? Like you only get a couple days of solid functionality without water. Third day is the worst, and then after that, most people kick the bucket. Well, like yeah, you could kind of go a month without food and you'll be all right. Typically, most people it's 2 weeks, but it depends how much storage you had before that, you know. Evernight is unironically performing better without Cassie than with. Oh yeah, yeah. It's a lot of people have said too, especially with equal investment as you keep going up. Evernight's just the better unit, right? Now, obviously, Cassie's better with Evernight as a support. When they're both on the team, she ends up doing more. But you take her out and you just let Evernight be the solo carry, and you've got all of those Eidolons, and it's just boom. Big boom. Lots of big booms. I got really lucky today. I did my pulls and stuff before coming on to do this. I got probably nothing you'd be interested in, but I won my 50-50 on all 3 things I had to pull. I got E1 Rappa for myself, my personal account, because I have no idea when we're ever going to get Rappa again. So I had to kind of get that. And then I got Sparksy on the stream account. Where'd you go? Oh, I hate these guys. They just teleport away. I won that 50-50. And then my brother also needed Sparksy, and his luck is awful. So I went and I pulled on his account for him and won that. He used to complain way too much about this game. He still complains a lot about, not this game, about Star Rail. He has no interest in Genshin, but you know, a lot of people don't. But I think part of his problem for a really long time is that his luck is just abysmal. Ever since I've been logging in and doing his pulls and stuff for him, he's been getting a lot more. And his account is just much better now. Where is it?
Here we go.
For some reason, I'm guessing he meant probability favors me. Yeah, probability does favor me. Not always, you know. There's still the chances that I don't, but the probability favors me a lot. I win all kinds of things all the time, too.
The Grandmaster should be over there. Come on, let's hurry.
Coming from a PF run where Evernight hit 38 million damage nuke. That's awesome. Let's get some healing in real quick. Switch characters as we run up, get more healing. Not that we need it, because I think we get to use Varka up here and he just destroys the whole thing.
We're here to help.
Perfect timing. Let's do this.
Think you can get away? Let's play.
Maria sweeping in! Burn!
Wind, hear me.
Verdict is...
That was not the one I wanted.
Looks like we're all back together.
I'll say that my Rappa, I did a little test driving. It feels so much better now. Just having that.
Now that we've collected Dvalin's tears,
What was it? It
the
gives
monster
you
attacks appear to be easing up too. I'm
res
sure
pen
you've noticed
is what you
Varka,
get for
but the
E1.
city
You
is
get a
pretty
lot of
much a
res
ghost
pen
town
for
at
it,
this
which
point.
obviously is what
Yeah,
you need for
we should get out of
Super
here.
Break.
No sense wasting our strength.
That's the only way to really boost it further. Oh, it feels so good. And also, she just gets an extra 20 energy from coming out of ult too,
This place
just to
should
get
be
you back
safe from
into it
monster
faster.
attacks for now, at least.
Anyone there? The community
That's the thing about Rappa too,
Do you copy?
is that
It's me, Nicole. Alice just got back too.
her biggest spike is E1. How like a lot of other like 5-star units, which is all we get now, their big spike will either be E2 or E4 might be their biggest one. They hardly ever put E6 their biggest spike. Like E6 will, for some characters, does end up making the big nuke damage at the end, but only because it's like scaling off of whatever they put on E4, right? But Rappa's most important one is E1. Once you get that res pen on there, everything else just gets smoother.
A casual link has formed between all the events within it. And so, because
Haven't played Break since 3.4 when Anomaly was released. Yeah, I could see that. Almost every single one of the anomaly arbitration
So,
has like
what we're
one
witnessing
node where
now is
break
like an
functions
alternate
well in.
version of events where the
But then once you have
honorary
enough
knight
teams
who
that you
never
don't have to
appeared in
play
Mondstadt.
break, and if you don't enjoy playing it, which like I know you don't,
Traveler never showed
why
up.
would you, right?
Could have done something, right, Benji?
The Abyss is a far greater enemy than one person can face. I could have handled that specific situation, sure, but it wouldn't have gone quite so well. If I'm not mistaken, you've seen how that version of the story goes yourself, right, Varka? Through the mage's scryglass?
Yeah, it was a kind of prophecy. It felt so real, I doubt I could ever forget it. In the end, you were able to seal Dvalin away, but you were wounded in the process.
But if Dvalin was sealed, how did things get to this point?
Because a seal doesn't solve the root problem. Over time, the Abyss would just grow stronger.
Yeah, why on earth would you ever play break when you have Saber Evernight? Yeah.
Until there was nothing left.
Wait, does that mean what we saw earlier was...
The aftermath of Dvalin breaking free from the seal.
Like, I don't even think I would suggest anybody else invest into break unless they seriously liked one of the two drivers for it. I don't count Boot Hill as a break driver, even though he's a break character. He's kind of like his own thing.
So if we want to resolve this crisis...
Right, like you can still play him without
We
even
have
putting
to kill Dvalin.
super break enablers on
Yeah,
his
I know
team,
it
and
sounds intense,
he
but
like,
remember,
functions differently.
this is a fictional
right?
world. The real Dvalin is right as rain and a lot more mellow
He's
than
kind of
this
just
one,
like a
that's
normal
for
hunt
sure.
unit that happens to
We
do
have our
damage
solution,
with break.
so let's hop to it. Should be a piece
So
of
it's
cake
really
for a
just
group
down to
like this.
Rappa and Firefly. So like, unless somebody really liked those units, and
time
I
to
know
lose,
Firefly
right?
is a
We've got
very,
Klee waiting for us
very
after
beloved
all.
unit, so that's why they occasionally are going to keep giving super break support to her, and why she's also going to be getting a Nova Flare soon.
You're right.
I just wouldn't recommend anybody
This
jump
is
into
the
it.
only way.
And B, I just really like Rappa. Rappa's
I know Dvalin
probably
means a lot
still
to
my
you.
favorite character
If this is too
in
hard,
Star Rail.
you can leave it
So
to
that's
us,
just
you
like
know?
on my personal
No need
account,
to
I'm
scar
going
yourself
to
over a game,
keep
right?
supporting
I'll be fine. I
break.
was prepared for that possibility back then, too. Let's go. Storm Terror's lair.
Yeah, he's pretty hard without super break, but he goes nuclear with it. Yeah. But the thing is, like, what I'm saying is the way his character works,
This is
right?
it.
Is like right
Ready,
now
everyone?
he's getting the most benefit out of super break. But if some like other weird crack
Of course.
support comes out
I just
that
hope I
isn't
learned
super
a thing or
break,
two since the first time around.
he's kind of built to be able to
Guess I'm
benefit
the
off
newbie,
of that,
huh?
and might
Good thing I'm a
explode for
quick
that
learner
reason
then.
in a way that the other break characters wouldn't, if that makes sense.
Traveler?
Right.
This was your first big fight into that. Were you nervous back then? How about now?
I'm not nervous. We've all grown a lot since then. We overcame this challenge once. We can do it again.
Fizchosa says making 5 videos
And let
in
the
bulk and then
mournful
releasing
cries
them
of
Monday
this
through
lion,
Friday is what he's
tainted
doing on
and
his second
defiled,
channel. Don't
summon
know
a
what
familiar
you should
now
do
utterly
the week
warped.
after with that channel. That is usually the best way to go, though, is to just record, edit, process all your videos up front, and then
Barbados?
schedule them to release so that you're
Turning
just
the
more
surging
consistent.
abyss
I
into
used to
musical
do that at
notes
one
is
point
no
in time.
Simple task. But how could I claim to be the finest bard in Teyvat if I didn't?
It's still the way I
rise to
would
the
recommend
occasion?
people to do it, even if I'm not doing that myself.
I have heard enough.
I know this upcoming patch, I am basically sitting out or saving, whatever you want to call it, because I have no
We need to
interest
wear
in
him down
pulling for
first
Ashvale.
before we can attack his weak spot.
Ah, it's too slow. But it's great because it means I can save up.
Now's our chance. Climb up and attack the abyssal core.
I'm probably gonna try to pull for Silverwolf's SP or whatever you want to call it. But that's just because I really like Bronya. Yeah.
Nice job. One more to go.
Oh, you're gonna skip Elation? That's fine. It means, not that you care, because you can wail when you want to. But it does mean at least the in-game resources you could just kind of save up or spend on any reruns you want to kind of make some of your other characters stronger.
Yeah.
Trying to read Fizz's comment and not get hit by Starfall at the same time. Oh, I might have to catch up with the comments after this. It's not like it's a hard fight. It's fun though because Dvalin's such an easy fight, it's nice to have a little bit of a change for it. Like, I really don't think it would be easy for me to die doing this, but I do still kind of at least need to be paying attention to what I'm doing. Okay, now I can look at comments. You see, with the money I've saved, I'm going to do paid promotions on some of them. Heard it gets you subscribers. It can, if it gets you to people who like your content.
Thanks, Gene.
It can also hurt, I think, your watch time. So what a lot of people do is when they do a paid promotion thing, they'll do it on like a privated, or not a private, like an unlisted video. You can't do it on private, or else people can't see it. But they'll do it like on an unlisted video so it doesn't end up hurting your watch time. But I don't know if they've fixed the system around that since then. See, Zeka says, I would pull for Wolfie, but if she's Elation, which she is almost absolutely going to be, then you have to pass. Pull her for base form reruns, though. Yeah, she is definitely going to be Elation. I just need her because it's one step closer, you know? Step 3 out of 4 for me getting my full Bronya team. Paid promotions don't count towards watch time. Okay, so it means they fixed the error. It wasn't ever supposed to count towards watch time. It originally did for some reason. And it was hurting a lot of people. I'm sure a lot of their biggest supporters complained about it, and that's why they fixed it.
Might not be a happy ending, but someone's got to strike the final blow.
Like, the problem with Silverwolf being Elation is it means that my 4 Bronya team that I eventually get won't be very functional. Like, there'll be no synergy between any of them, but I need it. I've been asking for it since 1.0. Bronya's better than Sunday, to be honest. It's easier for her to be better, that's for sure. Because it's easier to get idolings from her. How does YouTube separate what is paid promotion versus organic traffic? I actually don't know.
La la la.
Klee! I don't know how they separate that. I'd have to go digging into it.
I'm here to play!
I love this scene. Everybody crashing into each other's faces and stuff as they come out of the bubble. Dvalin just flying through the wall. Bubble crisis is resolved without incident, while Alice and Nicole fix the flaws in the magic to prevent any recurrence of the problems. Klee doesn't notice a thing and embarks on a relaxing adventure alongside her mother and Nicole. Now, the only issue left for the Knights to resolve might be the window Dvalin broke.
Looks like it was a happy ending after all. It was kind of like a choo-choo car ride. It had its fun moments and its thrills. All in all, Paimon had a great time.
Klee is the entire reason we're here
Guess
today.
it wasn't without some collateral damage, though. Sorry about the window, Jean.
This account
It's fine.
was started,
As long
or
as
at
the
least we
building
started
itself is
progressing in it
intact, I consider that a win.
after the last
I'll
time
arrange
Klee
for
had
the
a
window to be
rerun.
replaced
So there
at
is
a
no
later
Klee on
date.
this account.
In
Klee
any
is my
case,
favorite Genshin
we were
character,
lucky Dvalin
has
arrived
been
when he
since her
did.
first
It would
banner,
have been tricky to deal with a flying
all
opponent
the way back near
otherwise.
launch.
I suppose I could have created a gust of wind to whisk us up, but I'm not sure our gliders would have survived
So-
the process.
We're progressing in this game on stream, so we could try to get Klee.
Honestly, after everything we faced, I can't believe Alice still decided to bring Klee in there to play. She's a daring one, that's for sure. I mean, can we be certain there aren't other bugs that just haven't cropped up yet?
I suppose that speaks to the confidence the mages have in their magical mastery.
If I know Alice, the whole bubble could have been blown to bits, and Klee still wouldn't have had a single scratch.
Her abilities do speak for themselves, I suppose.
So, what now? Anyone down for a drink? My treat.
Sounds like a great idea. But tonight it's on me.
Though,
I happen to have a
and I
bottle
always
of fine
suspected this
wine
would
set
be the
aside
case
just for the
because of
expedition
Klee's
team.
voice lines about her parents and
Even
the
better.
way everybody talked
Count
about Alice.
me in.
Alice is quickly becoming my
Say no
favorite
more.
character.
You had me at fine wine.
Every
Alright,
scene that
let's
Alice
head
is
over to
in
my
is a
place,
delight.
then. You're coming too, right, Jean?
I'm afraid not. There's still a lot of work to do.
So what? The world's not gonna end if you push it off? Come on. We never get a chance like this.
I suppose that wouldn't be a problem.
I also want to,
Head
like,
back
I can't wait to
headquarters
meet
with me after we're
Klee's
done
dad,
and help
Kleiner,
make up the work.
who's an off-world
On second
adventurer
thought, how about you just join us when
who
you're
hasn't
done
been
with
able
that?
to return
What
because
about
of
you, honorary knight?
the
Gonna tag
Wild
along?
Hunt and Not Cry and Dottore and causing issues with the border.
Okay, all's well that ends well.
Because I need to know
To the bar!
what kind of man Alice was willing to marry, like the type of person she was attracted to, but also the other half of Klee's genes. I need to know what goes into them. It's like almost morbid curiosity at this point. Is Klee already in confinement? Because I know where this goes. No. Okay. Not yet. I wanted to see if there was like some type of alternate dialogue.
Looking for me? I'm glad. I wanted to thank you for helping me keep my promise to Klee. She had a splendid time in the bubble. Nicole came with us to make sure all was in order and prevent
I'm also
any
gonna be
similar
really
incidents
upset
from happening in the future.
when Alice is like a main DPS and she doesn't work
You
with
live and
Klee.
you learn.
Unless
It's
they give
rare,
a special
but even the Dodo
boon,
King isn't immune to a small slip up here
like
and
a
there, I
partnership
suppose.
thing where if Klee's on the same team, she gets even more damage.
Yes, quite.
But
The
if I had
recording
my
work is
way,
done as well, so now
because
all we
Alice
have
is like
to
the
do
type
is
of
play on loop.
parent, is very
It
much
should be
like
smooth sailing
Maze
from
Hughes
here on out.
from Full Metal
Anyone
Alchemist.
and
Any
everyone
chance
can
she
now
gets, she
enjoy
has
the bubble
to
at their leisure.
show off Klee
Nicole
or
will
brag
keep an eye
about
on them,
Klee or
of course.
all of that stuff. I would have her just be like a super hyper dedicated
quite
support
like
character for
that.
Klee
It was more
that just
like
makes her do like a
fate
billion
that
more
would
damage.
not come to pass.
Huh? What's the difference between the two?
But I want their whole family to
Let
work
us not
together.
forget the courageous dragon slayer in the story. Well, in real life, he had already left on an expedition to Nodcry at that time. Of course, that doesn't mean Dvalin would have escaped his destined death, for another hero would have come along and paid a painful price for victory.
But What we saw in the bubble was what happened after Dvalin broke free from the seal. So, couldn't Barca have been back by then?
Dear Paimon, you're free to ponder such questions yourself, of course, but it's of little use to ask them aloud. Word to the wise. Do not lose sleep over all those what-ifs, over the fates that will not come to pass. It's an exercise in futility.
Those are wise words.
Those who can observe fate see both the good and the bad of what could have happened. But all that matters is what did happen. Those alternate fates are nowhere near as important as the world that exists in the here and now.
Alright.
Ah, you're saying it was as if the bubble itself had become contaminated. I suppose some gunk could have stuck to my luggage while I was wandering the border and got mixed into my magic without me noticing. Just kidding. I would never be so careless. Your intuition is spot on, Traveler. What developed in the bubble was a nascent form of abyssal power that, if left unchecked, would evolve into
And here's
the
where
real
we
thing.
start getting clues on the true nature of the abyss.
So it didn't come from outside? It just appeared out of thin air?
The abyss is perilous, cunning, dangerous, obsessive, and most infuriating of all, a complete and utter mystery. I'm sure you've seen for yourself how complex it can be. The Hexen Circle has been observing its energies for a long time, and I think Barbalot's interpretation is the most accurate. The essence of the abyss lies in the hatred carried by all the fates that will not come to pass. This world is filled with conflicting elements. That one thing should happen signifies that a different possibility has been eliminated. These events can be small, almost trivial. I had Sweet Madame for lunch today, for instance. That means the Alice who chose tea break pancakes instead is no more. Of course, they can also be events that threaten the world, such as my friend Rhindotter's decision to tap into the abyss. In that instant, the tale of a future in which she remained
what their
pure
current
was gone
hypothesis
forever.
is. And I wouldn't be
then,
surprised if they're not
question at the
entirely
heart of
right.
it all is this.
The characters,
Why must
they did that
these
in
fates be the
Honkai Impact
ones to
3rd,
disappear?
where you learn more and more about what the Honkai is and what the imaginary tree in Sia Quantum was.
Precisely.
Also,
The
as the
magic we
characters
wove
learn
this
more, so
time involved
they were
recreating
wrong
the
about
past.
some things early
However,
on because of the
some
nature of
variables
storytelling.
we added allowed a certain amount of
So
these
I wouldn't be
unchosen
surprised if
fates
there's some
to
correcting
come
about what the
very,
abyss
very
is later
close to
on as
reality.
they find out more.
And thus, the abyss showed
But from
its
this
teeth.
explanation,
Of course, much like
basically
always,
the
it
abyss
is not existence that it seeks, but the destruction of
is.
all. In the end, though, it wasn't a huge issue.
They
Things
say
like this
hatred, you can say
happen on the
vengeance or whatever.
border all the time.
But it is the zombie of the collapse of the wave function, right? So whenever a
It
choice is
has
actually
quite
made and
the
fate goes
victim
one
complex,
direction,
that's for sure.
there's a ghost
It's obsessed with entering
of
this world
all
at
the directions
costs.
it could have went,
And that is precisely why we must protect
and
our
the
lives
buildup
and those of our
of
loved
the
ones.
resentment of those ghosts are what comes
Because
out in
when
the
you
form of
think
the
about
abyss.
it, to exist in
Which
this world
I think is a
to be
pretty cool
spark
concept.
of luck amidst countless possibilities. How precious is that?
Ah, Alice, you're here. I'm truly sorry about this, but per the regulations of the Knights of Favonius, I'm afraid I must send you to confinement.
Whatever for? Things turned out just fine with the magic bubble. Besides, if that's what this is about, shouldn't Nicole come along too?
It's not about the bubble. We received word that a number of fish have been injured as a result of explosions near Starfell Lake. As I'm sure you're well aware, fish blasting is strictly prohibited.
But it's so fun.
Dear. Run, Klee! Save yourself!
She's already inside.
Guess it's a day of first for the Dodo King, huh?
Farewell, forever traveler. You shall never see me again.
I love how dramatic she is. How playful. Why are mimics such a common thing in fantasy when they originate from D&D? They don't even serve a storytelling purpose. I don't think anyone is able to have a legit storyline with a monster that is just a treasure chest. Well, I mean, that's because most of modern fantasy comes from D&D inspiration. It was what you would call the current middleman. Though, you could also argue, depending on where you go, D&D is not the current middleman anymore. Some video game things that were inspired by D&D were the current middleman. But even then, modern D&D is inspired by video games that older D&D inspired. It's all kind of cyclical. But because D&D has inspired so much modern fantasy, you're just going to see tropes like that only exist in those places.
If you're borrowing a book, please register it in the log. The restricted section is currently not.
Is this a different quest? I don't remember you being here.
It's you, little
we
cutie.
walked into a scene for another quest.
It's
We
so
didn't
good
want to be
to
doing
see
this
you.
right now.
More refreshing than a strong cup of tea in the afternoon.
Clearly you're meant to be working, but you don't seem to have your heart in it at all.
I mean, other than Jean, who really works that earnestly anyway? So, did you have something you needed? Or did you just come to see me? Ooh, a smooth talker. Not what I was expecting.
So, Miss Librarian, got any books to recommend?
Recommended books. Sadly, everything I'd personally recommend is all in the restricted section, which we're not currently lending out.
What's with your ominous tone?
Especially considering mimics outside of
right.
D&D are literally
Would you
just
be
treasure
interested
chests.
in
You never see
checking out
someone
the
attacked by a
travel
table.
guide?
Not very
think it would be
often.
quite
Like, it does
helpful for
happen
you
from
as
time to time,
travelers
but
here.
yeah.
Ooh, sounds like it
And you
could
pretty
be
much only
helpful.
ever see mimics being
Do you
used
think we
in
could take a
specifically, well, what you'd call the
suppose I can
subgenre
try
of
to
dungeon
find you a
crawling
copy from the
fantasy.
list.
Isn't this Lisa's job?
You don't
What
really
does
see
she
them
mean,
anywhere
I
else.
suppose.
Oh dear. That's unfortunate. Our copy is currently being borrowed. That said, it is now overdue. Come to think of it, quite a few of our books are now overdue. I really wish people would just return their books on time.
Whoa, is Paimon imagining things, or does the air in here suddenly feel a lot more electrified?
Such a pain. I'm going out to bring those unreturned books back. If you'd rather get your hands
What
on
was
that
really
copy
fun,
of the Teyvat
of
travel
course,
guide
this was
sooner,
inside D&D,
you'd
but
better come with me.
it was my brother's homebrew campaign.
Lisa seems really
I have a lot of
scared
issues
right
with
now.
his homebrew campaign that he ran,
would be best if
because it
you
was the first
answer
time he
her.
was ever a DM, and it's not the best way to learn how to DM.
You
But
really are such a
he
considerate
basically
cutie.
put us in a hotel that was
Let's
shaped like the
see.
Shining's hotel.
First, we can go to
Like, I think he just used the floor plan
souvenir
for it.
shop. It's called
And
With Wind Comes Glory.
All
So
kinds of
let's
things
meet
in
there
there on one of the
shortly.
floors were just mimics, like the beds, the sinks, and stuff like that. It was like just a guessing game on, like, if you've ever seen that Japanese game show, I think it's called Is It Cake? Right? Where they have to go through, or not, is it Cake? Or, I don't know if that's the Japanese one. I think that might be the American spin-off. But the Is It Food, right? There's a Is It Candy? Whole room might be made of chocolate or whatever, and you have to figure out what's in the room, whether it's
brings you back to Mondstadt?
chocolate or an actual
Let me guess. You missed me
like
so
piece
much.
of furniture,
You just had to come
and
visit. Is that it?
you only get like so many attempts.
You've become quite the flatterer since we last saw each
That's
other,
kind of how that
haven't
room
you?
was. Where you didn't know what was and wasn't a mimic.
We were starting to think you weren't clocking in today.
Well, I wasn't planning to. But then, Catherine mentioned someone had finally accepted an important commission for the library. So I came to check on things. Might you both be here for that very commission by any chance? Ah, music to my ears. Now, as you can see, a certain anonymous benefactor has donated a large amount of books to us.
Final Fantasy has historically used some other things
Imagine
to be
my
mimics
surprise when a glance
other
down the
than
book
chests.
list revealed that each
In
one
fact, it
has
wasn't
been
even
an
until later in the
entirely new addition
series
to our
that they
collection.
started
There are
making
books of all
mimics
different
chests
kinds,
anyway.
including
Like, I
quite
think
a
one of the
few
first
that are
times I
banned.
saw that
Troublesome, I know.
was
So this wasn't an odd job I could
probably
trust to just
12,
anyone.
I think.
And sorting them
Maybe it was in
myself?
one of the other spin-off games,
My,
and I don't
what a
remember.
headache that would be. It would take ages.
It could have been one of the tactics games since 12 takes place in
All that to
Evilise.
say,
But that's the
I'm
first
very
time I
relieved
remember
to see you
seeing
here. I
a
would treat
mimic
you
that
to
was
some tea,
specifically
of course,
a chest.
but
Which was
looking at
really
the
cool
state
because
of this
mimics were
place,
insects in that game.
perhaps another
So
time,
they
yes?
folded up into the form of the bizarre chests that were in that game.
Leave the commission to us.
And they would unfold
You're as
back
sweet
into
as
their
ever,
normal form
Paimon.
when you interacted with them.
Well then, good luck in here.
They had the same shape as like the Omega drones. But in a lot of the earlier games, mimics would be things you didn't expect. So like in 4, their famous mimic was the trap door, which it just looked like a normal door, and then it kind of like exploded out and tried to eat you.
Finally, we made
Which
it
I
to the
like that.
last stack.
Because you obviously you're going to interact with the door.
A Hilichurl's guide to running for your life?
Have I ever encountered a doppelganger? I've used them way back in the day. I don't think me as a player I've ever encountered it, but as a dungeon master, yeah.
What's this one? The Little Witch's Dictionary? Huh. That title's kind of suspicious. And didn't we already sort this?
But I think that's also the case that
Did you notice it earlier?
I'm either the dungeon master or game master if we're not playing D&D. More often than I'm not, so
Witches always make Paimon think of,
personally,
you know.
I don't encounter much.
Yoo-hoo! Looking for me?
Oh my god.
How did you get in here?
We got this is the witch's
You
homework
mustn't
scene.
have noticed, Paimon. I wasn't the one who barged in at all. When you
Exiting
opened that
the scene
dictionary,
for
you
Lisa's
entered a
story
major
quest
domain.
moved us into the position that it started the scene for Alice's witch's homework. We're not supposed to be doing any of this.
Have
We
you
just
ever
keep getting
read the
sucked into
storybook,
scenes back to
The
back.
Little Witch and the Undying Fire, by any chance?
Just because of how I accidentally specifically have certain openings to quests
Splendid.
layered
That makes
in my
things
quest
easier
log.
to explain. This book was written as a dictionary for that other story.
None
The
of this
actual
would have
contents of
happened
it
if we were still in
weren't related
focus
at all,
story
though.
mode. But because we finished the main quest for the events,
Oh dear.
we've left
Where should I
focus story
begin?
mode.
You know the promise the Hexen Circle made to Varka at the Tripartite Conference, yes? Namely, that in Mondstadt's greatest time of need, the mages would return and lend their aid to the nation? Well, waiting around for danger to descend upon the land isn't exactly our style. Rather than a scenario where we jump in and save the day out of nowhere, it makes more sense to lay the groundwork over time. That's how M put it. Besides, who knows when such a crisis could occur? It could be in the next life, or even tomorrow. Preparation is crucial. So, I gathered the mages together to write this dictionary. Of course, it had to be under the guise of being related
You know,
to
when I
that
think about it too,
storybook.
like
Otherwise, I would never have
older
been able to get them
games,
in
like the
one
old
place.
Final Fantasies that would do other things with mimics, like having a living painting or
Well,
having a door
we
that's
looked
alive
into
or whatever.
Barbie's scryglass and came up with a series of tasks.
Even a
tailor-made for
demon
the
wall
people of
is
Mondstadt.
kind of sort of a
They're
mimic in
all
that sense,
this
right? Because it was
dictionary.
just pretending to be a
Striving
wall.
toward a common goal, overcoming obstacles alongside trusted companions,
Stuff like that.
becoming
The closer
better
they
versions
were
of
back to
ourselves.
old D&D,
That is the best
and also
defense
the more
against
they
what dangers
took
could
off of
lie
the
ahead.
earlier influences and weren't just D&D, the more creative they were with those things.
Now, I never said that. But still,
And I think the problem
we
too
are
is like a
talking
lot of
about
things that
trusted
use
companions here,
mimics as
Paimon.
chess now,
And when we speak
it's
of a
because they're
person
being
who
more
could be
influenced
considered a
by the
friend
games
to
that were
all in
influenced by
Mondstadt,
D&D than
I'm
D&D
afraid
themselves.
The pool of options consists of but one.
So a lot of the creators have probably only ever even seen
The huge book donation.
treasure chest
It was
mimics.
just an excuse to get us here, wasn't it? We had to spend ages sorting through them, you know.
Oh dear, I never could have imagined you would need to go to such trouble.
Uh-huh. Sure you didn't.
Well,
Oddly
this
enough,
is
though,
an important book. I couldn't just bring it into
Dungeon
development without
Meshi
taking any
is not one of those
precautions.
cases. Dungeon
Kept
Meshi,
strategy. Hide it in plain sight, you see. That's
their
why I
mimics
donated
aren't,
all
they're still
those
not
other
D&D
books to
mimics,
the
but they are doing
library.
something a little more interesting with
Besides,
them.
it's not like
They're
this
more
is
like
a
hermit
bad
crabs
thing. Just think of it as an
that will
excuse
find
to
like
reunite
whatever
with old
home
friends.
that they can
And
find
as a favor
that
to
would
your dear
be a
Aunt
good trap.
Alice.
So they'll crawl into chests, but they'll also crawl into crates. They'll crawl into like bags, anything that might just be left in the dungeon.
The dictionary. And the next time we
And if you interact with it, it might, you know, come out and eat you.
And step along, okay?
It's not the truest of form, but at least
Then I'll
it's
let you get
a
to
little
it.
more creative
Have
than most things are, right? Oh, I don't want to be doing any of these. None of these are what we want to do. I don't think oh, we can invite a free person due to the witch's homework. We don't own Razor. I don't know if I care about owning Razor when we could just get more Fischl, who's a character I really, really like. If this was my personal account where I want to own all the 4 stars, maybe I'd care about picking up Razor. But we're never going to play Razor. That's the problem. Fischl is... Sucrose is too, but we already have 2 of her. These are 2 good supporting characters you could toss onto a bunch of teams, so... Let's get another Fischl. Nobody's done, like, an octopus mimic. You know, I don't think nobody's done it. I just can't think of any popular thing that would have. But yeah, that's one of the most obvious ones, because we even have, like, the mimic octopus, or, like, cuttlefish are really, really good. Like, I get what you're saying. I totally would do the same thing if I was trying to make a mimic creature. Like, some of them can even squeeze and contort their body shape to look like the rough stone or coral floor, not just the colors. Like, just full-on mimicry, or make themselves look like sea snakes, so people leave them alone because nobody wants to mess with a sea snake. They're highly, highly venomous. Yeah, we completed all these back to back. Didn't even have time to check. Okay, we're gonna do this, which I think should let me just teleport right back to that room. But I'm gonna go use the restroom real quick. Okay, and we're back.
I'm a little out of practice these days.
What's this? Fischl. You were the one we just got. One of my favorite characters. We can't have too many constellations of you. Oh, you know, until we already have all 6, then I guess everything else is too many. You don't think you've seen a horror where the shapeshifter in town's like the main antagonist? I'm trying to think if I've seen that before. I might have seen it in like an episode of something. I've never seen like a full-on story arc or anything, I don't think.
Any conflicts around? I'm in the mood for some peacemaking.
Which is a little I guess, disappointing that you only ever see that in episodic content. Because I think a lot of things have done that for a single episode. But that's something where you could very easily get like a large story arc off of. Yeah, none of our characters are level 70, so we can't even get Witch's homework anyway. The thing is, because I occasionally do dailies and stuff, you look at our level, it's still only 35, but we have like 101,000 experience over the 7,000 we need. We would jump up in level a lot if I just did the Ascension quest. But then that would mean I need to actually raise the levels of these characters, which maybe I'll do since we're going to be playing this more this week. That would give me the opportunity. But it's something that, because I've been putting Genshin on the back burner, I just have not felt like doing. That's a lot of work, you know? It's a lot of work for a game that's just going to continue to sit on the back burner. We only really need one team that's built, though. After you have a single team that's built, building other characters is easy. Okay, I think was that the first discrepancy? That counts as one, right? Yeah, completed. Okay, well I know there's one here. This one's basically an I Spy adventure.
If we could build a choo-choo cart track straight from here to Mondstadt.
An express line right to the best fish blasting spot?
Oh, okay. Might not be the best idea. You're here in Mondstadt?
Yes. I received an invitation to exchange swordsmanship.
Or, I mean, I guess you could also say,
heard of the single-handed
talk about a horror. I'm forgetting the most common one.
But after crossing
the
swords
Thing
with Miss Eula,
is a
it turns out the
shapeshifter.
Knights of Favonius are quite accomplished with the great sword as well.
You're quite an accomplished swordsman yourself. Although I suppose that's to be expected of the champion duelist. Even over a few short rounds, I feel like we've learned a lot from each other.
That's probably the closest thing we're ever going to get to anything
You don't have to worry
being
about
a
breaking
mimic.
stuff or accidentally hurting
Well,
anyone.
yeah, that's the thing. It's not a town.
That's right.
It's functionally one, but it's like a village in a small building.
Ah, that's one of your local
But
traditions, isn't it?
If we were talking about the
Shall we
closest
have
thing we're going to
ourselves a
get,
game, then?
that is probably the
Why
closest
not?
thing
You
we've
should
ever
know,
gotten.
though, I'm not easy to beat at this game. Ah, hold on. No muskets allowed.
Oh, why not? Doesn't it still count as hitting the harpastum?
A sword's range is limited, though, so it wouldn't be fair.
Ah, of course.
I like that these two
You
are
should use a
friends.
gun as well.
Like
Voila,
they
problem
just
solved.
became friends, but it makes sense that they'd be friends. There's our last discrepancy. I mean, I guess if you wanted to do like a classic version of it, though, you could always go with like the concept of like the werewolf story, you know, like the Wolf Among Us, to where like nobody in town knows which person is the werewolf. You could take like the bare bones of that and then alter some things to make it work with like a shapeshifter. It wouldn't be that hard.
Razor? What are you doing here? And shouldn't this thing be in Wolvenden?
Fiery woman came to take Lupical. I said no. She backed down, but then said I would do just as well. This sword is here, for now. I am here to protect it.
Hold on, let Paimon get this straight. Alice was planning to bring Boreas here, but you stopped her. So, she took the illusion of the sword and left you to guard it instead. That would make the trial of Boreas the trial of Razor now, wouldn't it?
We fight. I protect Lupacol.
Wow! Looks like Paimon's guess was spot on. Don't worry, Razor. No one's gonna take this sword. It's not even real.
Not real?
Alice's scheming claims another victim, huh? Let's take the photo and get Razor out of here.
Not real. I don't get it.
One of my favorite in-jokes for like the Genshin player base is using Razor as a replacement for saying caveman language, right? It's like, I don't understand it, explain it to me in Razor language. It's like, dumb it down as much as possible, use as little as words as possible, and then we'll understand what's going on. Which I think is a good practice to do anyway, right? Like explain it as if you were explaining it to a 5-year-old. Because obviously there's a lot of things that you can't get a full understanding of unless you actually get technical and get into the nitty-gritty and everything. But at the same time, you may not even be qualified to get into the nitty-gritty of something if you can't explain it to somebody in a bare-bones way. Not to say that you don't understand it if you can't, you're just probably not qualified to explain it, right? It's like the building blocks of teaching ability.
Look local to Mondstadt.
Of course, that's also why almost any program, any pathway, discipline, has like a 101 version of it.
Hey there, friend. Well, we couldn't just drag Catherine in here, could we? What would the Real Adventurers Guild do without her? Not that she ever shows it on the outside, but she's one busy bee, that's for sure. I mean, just think about how much time it must take to travel between all the different nations.
Yeah, sure, Catherine travels. That's what happens.
Anyway, I heard this whole world
Absolutely,
was constructed
Levin.
from magic. Incredible stuff. Even the books on this shelf are real. Not a single prop to be found. Huh. I really gotta take a better look around once this gig's done. Not today, I'm afraid. The funds I need haven't transferred in yet. Once I've earned enough more from this trip, I'll open up shop at the usual spot. True, but it doesn't seem like the people who created this place set up anything like that. Hey, why don't I go ask for some, and then we all can have a few?
I like the way you're thinking.
But could we even take them back into the real world? That's the question.
Oh, you definitely don't belong here. You are far away from home.
So that's where it was. Diona? What are you doing here? It's my first time seeing these little guys. They're from that land, right? They're so cute. Alice put a version of the cat's tail here and asked me to run it. It has the setup I'm used to and everything. Now, all I need to do is make some drinks. And you know what? This is the perfect chance to change all the ingredients to super weird stuff. I'll get people to lose interest for sure. Looks like your campaign is going strong, huh? Even out here.
Yeah, I like Diona.
The only thing missing
Because
is
her dad has a drinking problem, she just hates
actually.
alcohol.
They seem to prefer the real cat's tail.
So
But
she's
that's
on
not
this
a
like
huge
campaign to
surprise.
get everyone to
Cats
quit
are
drinking.
sensitive about where they live. Even if the place looks exactly the same, they'll know something's off. So, Alice said she would find different staff instead. And then these little saurians appeared.
Which, you know, good luck doing that in Mondstadt.
Then it
The
gave
very,
me a few
very
pointers
German
on how to
city
get
where
along with
everybody's
them.
favorite
Turns
pastime
out,
is drinking.
There's not a huge difference between them and a cat or a dog. Hey, then you should call this place the Saurian's Tail instead.
You know what's missing? I know none of the populace is here, but it feels very empty without the dog that's right here who gets up and follows you around. You do not belong there.
Huh? Weird. Did Mondstadters always raise boars around here?
Found it! Barbara, over here!
Coming, coming! Oh, how did this happen?
Barbara and I were just grabbing some food at Good Hunter. But then, how do I even put this? The sweet madame and sticky honey roast we ordered came to life.
Sorry, what?
That's right. I managed to catch the sweet madame earlier. Come on, let's wrangle this thing so we can head back and eat. Wait, what? Uh-oh.
It's funny, we were talking about mimics,
More pigeons
and I was
and
thinking because I
forest The
have
rest
to
of our
get together with
lunch is making
Phasma
a
soon
break
so we
for
can
it.
get back to working on the Dreamscape Dilemma. But we have like at least a third of the comic done, and it takes place inside of a nightmare. But I think one of the things that, especially Japanese media, should be doing this, you should be using mimics more, is that there's so many yokai that are basically just like normal objects, right? Just come to life, like the spirit of the object to turn it into a monster. That, no, that tent's the other one. I decided in Kenji's dream, in his nightmare, he was going to keep going into different rooms. And every time he tried to interact with something that seemed normal, it was going to come to life and be a yokai. So, like, the ceiling fan comes to life. There's a Katatsu that comes to life in it. It's pretty fun. I don't know why you don't see more of that. I've seen it before. I can't remember precisely where, but I have seen it before. It's not like the idea was originally in me. But you would think because those things already exist in Japanese folklore that you would see it more in Japanese stories.
But there are always those two Fatui around here chatting about stuff.
You've noticed them too? I've been watching them for a long time. Not that I've overheard anything useful. Guess it's just my luck.
It's more so
Well,
the main reason I brought that up.
Actually, they seem to get information a bit slower than the Knights of Favonius. So they usually end up discussing stuff that hasn't been secret in a long time.
Have you guys ever wondered why they don't just go home? Their mission's gotta be over at this point, right?
Maybe their names got skipped over on the mission roster, so they never got new orders. That's happened to me before.
I suppose, but your experiences tend to be quite unique. It's possible the Fatui stationed them here long-term to keep an eye on things. Or maybe they volunteered for this position because they don't want to go back.
Either way, we should have Nicole take this tent down. It's making Paimon think we're gonna have to fight someone.
I guess you're right. We don't want people getting their hopes up.
Okay, that's all the discrepancies for the main city of Mondstadt. I forget what the last location is. There we go. Oh, that's right. Dawn Winery. Which is not particularly an important part to the story. At least for the main things that happened in Mondstadt. I guess they just wanted a memorable location they could do this I Spy in. Like, we do have to go there, but I think we spent more time there in side quests than we do during the Archon quest.
Had I a mouth that could move, I doubt I could resist eating them right off the vine.
This is awesome.
Whoever lives in here must be a person of means indeed. Even in a storybook world like Simulanka, we could never afford such a big estate.
Wait, but this is a world inside a story too, isn't it? Oh, hello! Is something wrong?
My apologies, but the event taking place at Dawn Winery is not open to the public quite yet. Allow me to show you around a different area.
Ah, I see. That's unfortunate.
Oh, it's Noelle! Hey there!
Oh, hello, you two. Well, Miss Alice thought things might get complicated around here, so she said she needed someone capable who could get the job done.
So she flattered her way into dumping a bunch of work on you? Stuff that isn't even related to the Knights at all?
Oh, no. Mr. D-Luke was there, too. He said he would appreciate some help guiding the tour groups from different worlds that are here to visit.
Tour groups from different worlds? Oh, right! The Golden Apple Archipelago, the Valurian Mirage, Simulanka. The gang's all here!
It'd be cool if those places were still available
right.
to visit.
I'm happy to
like,
help.
I get this game is getting big enough file size as it is, but if those other temporary summer events and stuff were an optional download that you could re-download and delete as you needed space, they don't have to have all of the unlocks and stuff that were there.
Please, head this way, everyone.
That could have remained for just the summer event.
Greetings.
But just to be able to go back and visit would be cool.
And I am searching for the whereabouts of a certain lovely lady.
It's kind of a shame you could just never visit those again. Especially playing on an account like this that this one didn't even get to go to Simulanka, even though the account was made during that time. We just weren't streaming. I didn't really have the capability to stream then. Oh, there's the turtle. And this. Simulanka was fun, though. Oh, wait. What am I doing? Oh, did I run off and ruin it? There's supposed to be dialogue with this. Oh, well.
A tent tortoise? That shouldn't be here at all.
Oh, you know what? That's why I didn't pop up. It said I didn't take a full picture of it. Or else I would have had 3 out of 5. So we will still get to see the dialogue. We'll run back and do that one after we talk to these guys.
Wow.
I forgot some of the bigger ones that you actually have to stand far enough back or else it doesn't count as taking a picture.
There was a time, back when I was little, when almost every child in Mondstadt had a turtle as a pet. It was quite the trend.
Oh, yeah! Gene and D-Luke mentioned that a long time ago.
I had one too, of course.
Quite the hassle to take care of. Small pets like that always are.
Wait, you had one too?
Is that so strange?
Oh, no! Of course not!
I could bring it back to the church and raise it. It can stay behind the cathedral. I'll even build it a pool. Can't be too hard to raise, right? It looks like a tough cookie.
Not happening. The next thing you know, you'll have an invasive species on your hands. Just tell that mage to put it back where she found it.
Yeah, I'm actually just thinking about this now. But I think every playable character that we have from, like, the Church of Barbados is either Hydro or Cryo. I don't think there's a single playable Animo character from the Church. There are from the Knights, but I don't think so from the Church. Not that you get to pick your vision, right? But it is kind of strange that we don't have a single Animo one.
Oh, there you are. I've been looking everywhere for you.
Not that there's a lot of playable characters from the Church in the first place. Barely a handful.
Oh, no. I was just looking for a piece of alchemy equipment we needed for the event. Master Albedo has always been careful with our costs. We maximize the use of every piece of lab equipment we have. So if something hasn't been used in a while, it's usually pretty old. Take this, for example. We've used it a few times before, but we found the effectiveness and ease of use somewhat lacking, so it was sidelined quite quickly. According to the mages, it was meant to be placed in the city, but it went missing after being tossed into the magic bubble. Luckily, I found it. I just don't know why it ended up here of all places.
Well, all that matters is that you found it in the end, right? We'll contact Nicole and get her to send it back to the right spot.
Great. Thank you so much.
Okay, the tense one. And this is one too.
I heard this thing was terribly ineffective when first invented. You could only catch 10 in a week. Why, the research staff barely wanted to touch it, let alone improve it.
But for some reason, it gained traction among adventurers once it entered the market.
True, it takes time. It beats having to do it yourself, I suppose.
But there are so many crystal flies around here. Surely it's not that difficult to just do it the old-fashioned way?
It's a bit far, though. Just imagine how tiresome it was back in the day.
This
having
conversation
to come out
right here,
over and over again.
it feels like
and
it's
no
just a dev
gadget to
con.
help. Does that count as trespassing on private property, I wonder?
I suppose it hardly matters anymore. Adventurers aren't quite so keen on crystal flies nowadays.
At times, they
You know,
are a change.
I use the crystal fly trap.
So it would seem.
But actually, anytime I pass one, I do make sure I pick up my crystal flies. I don't think we have a lot right now, though. But we also have not been playing on this account much. Oh, I can't check while I'm in here. I know we have enough to get dailies done fast, but that's about it. Like, we'd run out fast if we weren't constantly doing the crystal fly trap.
Another tent? Huh. This one's kind of nostalgic, too.
It's here because I refused to let that mage use my house as her playground. But we still needed an additional rest area for the guests, so we set up this tent instead.
Huh. Looks like we can use this device to keep in touch with the mages or get some hints. Kind of like we were able to do back then, remember?
Now that you mention it, the arrangement is almost identical.
Nights on vacation, summer, the sea, and a small little wave rider. It's all taking me back.
However, you're forgetting about the part where we were stranded on a deserted island and couldn't even make it across the water. That's what stuck with me the most.
Oh, I remember. At least I wasn't dead weight in that situation.
Fun times, huh? So, the mages prepared this stuff then. Guess we should take a picture and go check in with them.
Be my guest.
You know, the expedition in Nodcry is coming to an end, but knowing Grandmaster Varka, I imagine there will be another chance to set off in the near future. Not that I'm extending an invitation, I'm just mentioning the possibility, that's all. That's our honorary knight. No matter the mission, you always have a place among our ranks.
Come talk to me when you do have an official invitation, then. I have other things to do in the meantime. The intel I have on hand is pulling me in 100 different directions, but unfortunately, time off isn't one of them.
Wow, you get almost nothing from just doing those. Other than fun. It's kind of fun to do the scavenger hunt. It's an easy one. World's easiest scavenger hunt, but still fun. All of it's going to come from us actually doing the real event. Which is fine. Because we were planning to do all of this anyway. Let's do the gliding, or I guess it's not gliding. It's more of the Falcon Challenge, I think is what they call it. I'm trying to think of what I want to call it. It's basically Star Fox. We're just going to play Star Fox. Or, it's not just Star Fox. It kind of shifts between that. There's a little bit of, like, Gradius, a little bit of some of the more side-scrolling ones here and there. Some of them are blinking on me. What's it called? One of them's, like, Wings something. I used to play it a lot on my brother's, 1-Up arcade for old Capcom games. But it's just going to be classic flight combat sim where you're on rails. Does get close to traditional curtain fire at times. Oh, I completely forgot there was another person here. Because my camera was, like, blocking her the entire time. I'm like, who are we talking to? Of course, playing stuff like this, Kid Icarus Uprising would get a port to the Switch 2. Probably not going to happen, but one can wish. Because this is basically how all the intro stages to Kid Icarus Uprising play. a bad position to be in. It'd be cool if there was more of this in general. Like, one of the earliest things we did in this game was chasing after a Dvalin like this, and that was really fun. This is actually kind of something... See, I was hoping Star Rail was going to be a bit more like a Kingdom Hearts style game. Not necessarily in general gameplay. Right, I like the fact that it's a turn-based RPG. But you know how, like, every time you go to a new world in Kingdom Hearts, you have to do, like, the gummy ship minigame or something like that? It would be really cool to have a game that has that type of sequence. Oh, I didn't even notice you left. It was funny, I talked about mimics again for like a minute, and you were probably gone during that. Listen, I don't even care if anybody's here, you know? Like, I appreciate anybody who comes in, but I'm just having a good time playing the game, you know? I think my only problem with this event, though, and maybe I'm just too used to games like this, but this doesn't seem particularly difficult at all, is that it would be cool if they gave you the option to do this on a hard mode, where maybe instead of all of those lives that you probably aren't even going to use almost any of them, like maybe only getting 3 hearts or something. That could be fun. Because this is a very, very classic game mode, like very arcade. But I guess you also have to consider, I do have to consider that this game has to be able to function on phone. Oh, that's right. There's a little bit of, not difficulty, but inverted controls, right? That'll probably shake some people up. Oh, I was a little too low for that. I think that's the end of this one. Thinking of how many video games take from D&D, I bet none of these Japanese fantasy stories even know how demon lords work in the game. Probably not. Because like the thing is, maybe the further back you go, right? Like people who worked on JRPGs very early on were into D&D. But D&D was never like a super popular thing in Japan. There are people who play it. But more so you get people who are referencing the people who actually used to play it. So you're starting to get like degrees of separation between it, right? Just like how anybody who heavily works on D&D lore is also kind of being inspired by Elric Saga, but most of them don't know that D&D was inspired on Elric Saga, so they're a what's it called? I literally just said it. A degree of separation from Elric Saga already, just focusing on D&D. And that's fine. You don't have to be inspired by the things that inspired the thing you like. But that eventually happens to everything. Of course, D&D wasn't solely inspired by Elric Saga. It's just one of the biggest influences. Obviously, both Middle Earth and the Hyperborean Age inspired as well. But a lot of the functionality come directly out of the Elric Saga. Oh shoot, I was looking at the chat. Here we go. I'll fire my laser. Okay, now we should be in the clear. Not even sure if most people know that the Demogorgon is a two-headed baboon with octopus arms who argues with himself. I think the single thing that ruined most people's chances of ever getting to know what a Demogorgon actually is was probably Stranger Things. Not that if it wasn't for it, they would have went and found out anyway. Oh yeah, I don't expect that to happen. At least not anytime soon. I need this. That's what I need. My favorite D&D Demon Lord. Ooh. I don't know if I even have one. Like that actually just might be my answer, is that I probably don't even have one. Brazier Blue. That's alright. Though to be fair, I don't think I would judge any choice at all. Like regardless. Is that all of them? Okay, I think we're done with the Falcon Challenge. Now, I do have to ask, though, what is your reason for liking Fraz? I don't think you'll have a bad answer. I don't think there's a bad reason for it. But is it design, or is it because he's like one of the oldest ones to come to power? Or do you have like a more like niche reason for it? Mostly asking because like there's not a lot of things in D&D that I personally have an attachment to. But even more so, like, I've never really had much of an attachment to much of, like, the Hellspawn or anything related to that. So I kind of just want to know why somebody likes it. Oh, because of the illusionist gimmick? Okay. Yeah, okay. That makes sense. You could probably say that about most of the things that show up in Stranger Things, though. Like, the majority of them aren't even thematically similar to the name that they put onto it. Not just the Demogorgon. Man, I completely checked out of that series for a while. It's super popular. I enjoyed the first season for what it is. Not to say that I don't have a lot of complaints about it, but I thought like the first season was a pretty good, just like vignette romp. That should have just ended when it ended. I didn't need anything more than that, which is why I didn't watch anything past the first season. Then, because my family started watching it way after I did, and they were catching up, I would see some random episodes from it. Completely confused, have no idea what's going on, but I did not like any of the random episodes I saw. And I watched the finale with Marsupial, and that finale was bad. Like, it was just bad. Like, I think it's pretty easy to hit 3 stars just with the hard multiplier. If I actually used the mechanic this time, I was saying this early in the stream before like anybody showed up at all. When I did this on my private account, the one I don't ever stream with, that I've had since launch of the game, I did both of these before I realized what the actual mechanic was, because I didn't bother to read. I just mashed through it because I was like, oh, it's just a combat event. Well, the way I'll get my points or whatever this top thing is. I didn't bother to read that there was a completely separate mechanic that top thing was building up for. So I ended up getting my stars by brute forcing through, and it was not fun, and I barely got them. And then by this one, I actually realized that there was a mechanic I was supposed to be doing, and that everything was super easy, and I had to go back and get the 3-star on these. Though you only need 2-star to get all of the primos. The rewards really aren't worth it past that. But it was super easy to get it. It was stupid. I was stupid. That was the thing. This is what you get for not reading. And I think the way this is built too, if you use the mechanic and don't try to brute force past it, you don't even need fully leveled characters or even a full party. Like, I think I could do it with literally just these two and nobody else. And it's built that way. As long as you actually use the mechanic. I think Merrick from Yu-Gi-Oh! Is even more similar to the Demogorgon than the Stranger Things thing. Yeah, because it doesn't argue with itself at all, right? There's no split personality. Yeah, so you see Jean here? This is the actual mechanic. What we're going to be doing is we're going to be hitting monsters and doing whatever they wanted me to do. I think in this case, it's just swirl. We just need to do a lot of swirl or whatever with the fire and the animo, pyro and animo. And then there'll be a command that pops up to activate this thing. And then you'll go into like a shooting gallery to kill a bunch of stuff, and it'll pause the timer and you get bonus points. I didn't do that at all. And I felt stupid for not doing that at all.
The story has only just begun! Stay back! Burn!
Here. Yeah.
Decay! New life! Huh?
Oh, there they are.
Barrier sweeping!
Yeah, so now we do this. And this is where we actually get our score multiplier from. Now, this may be a little harder than on my other account anyway, just because I don't have any leveled characters at all.
Watch out! A turning point in...
So we still may only get 2 stars. But if I didn't do this properly, we probably would have only got 1 star.
Watch out! Okay! New light! Burn! Thunder!
Oh, I thought I was going to be able to do that 1 slash. Because it passes through if you line up. Your alignment has to be, like, spot on. Oh, we're not facing the right way at all.
Leave it to me! A turning point in fate!
Ow. How'd I still get hit by that? That's ridiculous.
Okay! New life! Maria sweeping in!
No. Okay, we got our 3 stars. That's all that matters. I don't care. I don't care what the actual score is. All that matters is we get our 3 stars. Let's see. Plunging attack. Yeah, I think we only want these 2. Like, I could get more damage overall, I think, if I put Chevreuse on there just for her overload bonus. But then I'd have to actually keep applying it and switching through to get any burn at all. And I think that would just take up too much time when I could just switch between these 2 and use the plunging attack damage. Yes, I think that's just what we do.
Controlled breathing.
On my mark! One fell swoop! Charge! It's justice o'clock! Headbutt! Kapow! Snap! Charge! Yeah!
Faster! Stronger! Stay out of my way!
Let's move! Look out below! Charge!
No! Okay, that's gonna suck.
Headbutt! Charge!
That's gonna cost us so much time.
Start the clock! Form first! Yeah! Yeah! Heads up! Oh, oh, oh! Hero incoming! Yeah! Oops! Look out below! Headbutt! Look out below! Ultimate flying kick! Hero incoming! Oops! Heads up! Faster! Stronger! Let's move! Hero incoming! Yeah! Kapow! Hero incoming!
Oh man, we have no cooldown.
Yeah! Kapow! Hero incoming! Yeah!
Okay. That's fine. As he asks, why did Stranger Things use D&D names for things that aren't even thematically similar? I could not tell you. I couldn't even begin to tell you. Nostalgia bait. You know, like things like Critical Role had already been starting to make D&D popular in the public eye. A lot of things around the time were 80s nostalgia bait anyway, so they're like, we're just gonna wrap it all together. That's my best guess. But I couldn't really tell you. Triggers a lunar crystallized reaction. Oh frick, I need something on here to actually trigger, though. We need water. That's what triggers this. So where is Barbara? Oh god, Barbara, you're so... Oh, we need you. Yes, there we go. There we go. Now hopefully these guys just don't die immediately.
Yeah.
Go get him, Aiden.
I just have to like make sure that I only ever use them briefly.
Behold, the dawn! While the light shines bright.
Ding dong!
Be cleansed. The sky's clear. The glazed moon shines. Light the dust.
Let's dance!
You guys need to die faster, please. Oh, yay, they explode. I love it when things explode. Exploding is the best. Okay, so you really only need to kill off the first wave to get the explosion upgrade. And then it's a lot easier. Got it.
Lofty wisdom will show us the way.
You got this. Light compels you.
Lash attack! Let the show be...
Without further ado... Foolish and ignorant. Light the dust. Divine light, shield them.
Go get him, Aiden. Behold, the dawn.
Come on, we can do it.
A little healing. Oh, that instantly killed my Barbara. Should have known that was going to happen. Should have known that was going to happen. Skirk. Okay, so this is another one, though, where I think we definitely want to put on some other characters, because she wants a full team of Ice and Hydro, even if you're not going to use them, just because it's the way her kit works. So when your ult's up, you'll work very well. I guess we'll leave you there anyway. Everyone will die again. They'll all die. Should be fine though. I doubt Skirk is gonna end up falling behind or anything. Alright, so we just wanna start with this. Go into that.
Annihilate.
Ow.
Freeze! Know my sword! Witness the power of...
This moment will be frozen in time.
Rain cutter! Surge power!
Cool it.
Let me weave you a verse. Annihilate. Mine to wield.
There's making a Baldur's Gate TV show? That sounds potentially awful. Depends how they do it. I mean, I like the old Baldur's Gate, but Baldur's Gate 3 just doesn't feel the same about what I wanted.
Into the void! Don't get frostbite. Witness the power of gold. Extinguished.
Let's dance.
Dodge this.
Surge power.
Oh no, we got a shield up. Oh, squeezed in another one. Not that it's necessary, actually. This is just stalling out more time. Well, I mean, I would prefer it to be lore accurate. The lore accuracy is not the problem I have with Baldur's Gate. That's not the problem I have with it at all. It's the, one, how they decide to do the writing. And two, mechanics. I think that's the bigger problem I have with it. So a show wouldn't necessarily be the problem, but obviously, as you just mentioned, they're just not going to follow it at all. I don't like 5e. So the fact that it's heavily based off of 5e mechanics already makes me just like not care about it, but I don't know. Baldur's Gate 1 and 2 are a little more gritty, I think is kind of the thing I liked about it. Even if I'm not interested in something, I would still prefer it to be lore accurate. You know? Yeah, that's definitely better than mine. Have any other Night Soul? I don't think I have any other that I would actually want to put on the team is the problem. Because they're either way too weak, or they would also just not benefit this situation. Okay. Like, I think everything, for the most part, unless you're running a parody or whatever, should just be lore accurate anyway. It's not the world we live in, but that's just the way it should be. Like, I guess if I had put in, because I think they specifically want like, lightning squirrel or whatever. If I'd put more, no, they wanted night soul, so it's not gonna matter. I was gonna say put in more electro, but that's not gonna make any difference whatsoever. Only the two night soul characters are gonna make a difference.
Locked on.
Get back to swirling.
Fire in the hole.
Farewell. Go. You're free now.
Locked on.
Knock him down.
Not too far now. Tell me what you see.
Take me up. Locked on. Open fire. Open fire.
Hold on to your hats.
Farewell. Time to say hello.
Knock him down.
Locked on. Open fire.
I'm glad that you can still get the 3-star with just the trial characters, though.
Locked on.
Not too far now.
It would be a horrible trial if they didn't program it that way. Especially considering the fact that they just let you go to the event at basically any
Free. Tell me what you see.
progression of the game. Be like, yeah, sorry, we're gonna let you go to the event, but you actually can't clear it. Now, if it wasn't a limited time thing, actually, I would prefer that. I think more games should just let you go to things you're woefully underprepared for and be like, this is what you could be prepared for later. But for something that's limited time, it's like, no, you have to be able to clear it at any progression level. See, you know, and we have both of these characters, but I don't think a level 40 Flynn's is going to be able to do it. Lunar Charge, though. So this was one that having more team members might help, just because how long Oz lasts. I think he's probably the only one we want to bring in. Because I don't think... The energy regen bonus that you get in these things, I believe Iono's ult is going to be up often enough that we don't have to worry about having other Hydro. Though we probably actually don't even need Oz either, realistically speaking. Let's just see how it goes with just the trial characters.
Beware the creatures of the night. Close your eyes. Be silent. Fear the dark.
I think I remember when I did do this on the other one, I pretty much just stayed on Flynn's the entire time. Except for when I needed to do that. Like I don't remember actually spending time off.
Be silent.
For the other characters.
Close your eyes. Observe. Be silent. Observe. Fear the dark. Be silent. Of the night.
Look, your rainbow!
Observe. Be silent. Night falls. Observe. Close your eyes.
Not dodging that. The thing I don't like about this is that the slices are not congruent all the time.
Observe. Feel the dark.
Flash attack!
Steady now.
Well, that was a drastically higher score than the rest of them. Probably because the lunar stuff is just over-tuned. All the lunar reactions are just over-tuned. Okay, we're done with that one. Let's see. Fizz is talking about Ardenfall, where they have 80,000 wish lists on Steam currently. I don't know what number guarantees to be a big hit for wish lists either, especially because like a lot of people who wish list something don't end up buying it. You know, like almost everybody will wish list to help. I'll wish list to help things that I'm interested in, but you only have so many resources and so much time anyway. So like I don't end up buying a lot of stuff that I wish list. But wish listing does help because it bumps things up in the algorithm, gets them front page. People are more likely to see it. I think on average, from what I've heard, about 60% of people who wishlist things end up buying it. And about half of that at least within the launch window. That's an old stat. I don't know if that's still true. And by old, I mean this was a stat back in 2016 or 17-ish. So that's like a decade-old stat. It could be completely different now, for all I know. It could be worse, you know. It could be more people wish list than buy than they used to. Or it could be better. The person I need is not here, which means I probably need to go into focused story mode, realistically speaking. Oh, I didn't grab any of the rewards for these. Okay. We just did them all and I pieced out. So we got the special weapon skin. Which, obviously, it looks the best on Mona. For now. I'm sure if, I highly doubt she will be, but if Barbaloth is ever a playable character, it's probably going to look the best with her. But they have similar outfits. I think it also just looks good on any of the more witch-like Catalyst users. Like, it looks good with Lisa. Looks Klee, like the colors aren't the same, but if you have her witch outfit, it still looks good with her. Okay. Dark Knight Hero's alibi. Okay, well, I mean, I don't care. I know the story, I just haven't bothered to do it.
Hello there, Honorary Knight and the Helper in White.
It's so nice to meet you, Honorary Knight and Lady Paimon. Glenfidia, at your service.
Looks like you're in a good mood, Hertha. And nice to meet you, Glenfidia.
And after we finish serving the drinks, we'll be done with the event.
By the looks of things, you're about ready to open.
Now, this is going to take a while. This is actually,
Indeed.
aside
Thanks
from
to
doing
some
the
help
story
from the
quests,
Angel's Share
the
and
longest
Cat's
part of the
Tail,
event.
Our
Because
drink stand is ready to go.
each part's like a little
Besides
scene
all
of
the
its own.
classics, we also mix cocktails to order, and are currently offering a limited time delivery service.
Cocktails? Do you remember that time we served as bartenders at the Angel Share? And recently, you've also shown off your skills at the flagship in Notcry. We sure have come a long way, huh?
The only thing is, our current drink selection is quite traditional, and it stopped feeling fresh long before the expedition began. To offer everyone some more exciting choices, we're planning to revamp our menu. But I need to get back to handling resident requests, and Glenfidia doesn't have much experience mixing drinks. Plus, we've got a whole bunch of outstanding delivery orders on hand. Honorary Knight, if you're free, could you maybe help us out for a while, just until my other squad gets back from the Stormbearer Mountains?
You'll be amply compensated, of course, plus double pay for overtime, depending on your performance metrics.
Paimon's not sure what performance metrics are, but she's happy to help with deliveries. As the best guide into that, Paimon needs to keep up with the changing times. Besides, This'll give her the chance to explore the city and stay up to date with all the recent goings-on.
Working with you two is always such a breeze.
I'll do my best to support Lady Paimon in any way I can. I'm very skilled when it comes to things like portioning out drinks.
All right. Well,
You know, Paimon always calls herself the best guide in all of Teyvat. Maybe because it makes herself feel better. Of people who actually function as a guide, you could maybe argue that there's nobody who knows as much random general knowledge about all of Teyvat. The people who do know more than her just don't serve as a guide. But is that what really makes the best guide? Because there's a lot of local guides who are just way more knowledgeable and better at their job than Paimon is. And we've ran into them several times. I guess it depends what you're looking for in a guide, you know?
Oh my. It looks like Hertha has gone back to her duties, and Glenfiddia is away somewhere too. Has our dear cutie taken complete charge of the drink stand? Wonderful. Now I can order without worrying about ending up with one of the logistics company's specials. The type of drink that keeps you awake all night, leaving you no choice but to pass the time working.
Paimon's probably even more annoying than Claptrap, and he's supposed to be annoying. Do I think Paimon is more annoying? I mean, personally, I'm not going to say you're wrong, because what somebody finds annoying is going to be very subjective. Maybe English Paimon specifically. When I do occasionally play the game in the original Chinese audio, Paimon doesn't come across as annoying to me, like, at all. Even most of the time, I'm not annoyed by Paimon, but I can see why a lot of people are, even in English.
That's right. I'm just a carefree librarian.
Of course, then again, I also, even though Claptrap's supposed to be annoying,
there weren't so many people with
he only, for me, is annoying from an in-character perspective. Like, he annoys the in-world characters. I've never found him as a character annoying.
Of course. Let me think. I don't really have a favorite drink. Just wrestle me up something rejuvenating that'll lift my spirits. And if it could help me nod off to sleep later, that would be even better.
Like, I get why people do find English Paimon kind of annoying, though. If, when she's in Dora the Explorer mode. Like, I get that. I get why people find that annoying. It just has never bothered me. The only thing that bothered me, and it's not particular to Paimon, it's actually a game mechanic, and I take it out on Paimon. And it's the whole, let's come back and explore that place later. You could have just put a hard invisible wall. You didn't need Paimon there, you didn't need it to turn me around or anything. You could have just made me stop right there. That would have been fine. But that would bother me in any game. Like, it bothered me in Star Rail during the POV sections recently, where I wanted to go explore the city, and then they just stopped me. It was like, oh, let's stay on the main story right now. It's like, but I don't want to. You put a city in front of me. I want to explore it. Of course, I think I just don't often get annoyed by the same things that annoy most people. I'm a pretty easygoing guy. But then again, when I do get annoyed, I get annoyed by things that almost nobody gets annoyed by. Like,
here's
a character that annoys me everybody else seems to love.
It's delicious,
Isabel
cutie.
from Animal Crossing.
Pleasant
Can't
and
stand her.
tart, sweet.
I
but
want her
not
out of my
cloying,
town.
Smooth on the palate, with a refreshing aftertaste. If anything, though, I seem to be feeling a little more energetic than I'd like. Perhaps you've unwittingly unraveled Glenfiddia's secret and concocted an even more effective pick-me-up? Don't worry, there's no rush. Your eyes are aglow with curiosity, as though you have many more questions to ask. Let's chat for a while. Take your time. Inspiration will come soon enough. Since you're asking, it's been a bit of an unusual day. There's a chef, fresh out of training in Fontaine, who's recently taken up a position at the Goth Grand Hotel. She borrowed our most valuable book, the Mondstadt Millennial Compendium of Desserts. Apparently, she plans to use dessert-making techniques to improve the taste of various savory dishes. Something about reducing their greasiness. Indeed, and judging by the results, she rather overdid it with the caramel sauce. What should have been fragrant meat slices ended up tasting nauseatingly sweet. Caramel sauce is such a fantastic ingredient, you know?
I can't stand that. I like some sweet stuff sometimes on my meat, but I want my meat to be very, very savory.
Food, I suppose, isn't always about being as creative as possible.
Like, if I'm gonna get a steak, most of the time I would prefer like a dry rub on it over a sauce. But honestly, I'm kind of just fine with salt and pepper most of the time. I don't want like sweet sauces and stuff taking away from the natural flavor of the meat. Some steak sauces are fine because they're not too overpowering, but sometimes people, instead of putting a light steak sauce on it, they'll just smother barbecue sauce. I'm like, now it doesn't even taste anything like I wanted it to taste.
Oh, this? That was for another of today's little errands.
Not completely against barbecue sauces,
A large contingent of the expedition team
They're
will be
great
returning
for
to
actual
Mondstadt
barbecue.
soon. They've been away for such a long time, so there's a good chance many of their tastes have changed.
I'll take some ribs
Asked
or
me to
whatever.
visit
but
some of their families.
there's a lot of
to try
dishes
and
I
get
just
a better
don't want it on.
understanding of what new ingredients might satisfy our knights' changing preferences. Well, they've all devoted their blood, sweat, and time to protecting Mondstadt. They deserve some care and respect in return. Based on what I gathered, the most requested ingredient was cacahuatl from Natlan. It seems like our knights have developed a taste for cocoa. In their letters, many of them mention that they rely on cocoa to keep themselves energized. I've tried hot cocoa myself, and I must say, I find it just as effective as coffee when it comes to staying alert.
Oh, I love hot cocoa.
Surely you're not suggesting I'd take this opportunity to sneak
I'm not
off
super
on
big
a little
into
countryside wander.
candied chocolate, like chocolate bars and
Caught
stuff.
me. My investigations
But
into Mondstadt's
you served
lesser-known
me
drinks
cocoa back
took
in
me to Dawn Winery,
like its
where I had
original
a little
dish
chat
form
with
as
the
a
head
drink.
housemaid, Adelaide.
Mm.
On my way back,
I
ran into
love
Anatole
cocoa
out on patrol.
as a drink.
She'd encountered some monsters she didn't know how to deal with, and in her desperation, asked for my help. I accompanied
Especially
her
if
on
it's
a detour
chocolate
to
milk.
Wolvendom to
Like-
teach some raving hounds a lesson. It's
Milk-based
been a while
hot
since I've
chocolate,
had such an
it's the
invigorating
best.
workout.
It's not the original form, but I think it's the improvement on it.
Lately? So careful with your wording, cutie. Is that because you think that I, too, might have changed since we last met? Or simply because you can't remember? Not bad at all. A flawless answer. Back in my student days, I might have been drawn to every new and exciting ingredient I read about, constantly expanding my horizons and stepping out of my comfort zone. But now, I've grown accustomed to a life of comfort and routine. To paraphrase a certain Leowed legal expert, my life is fast approaching a state of living out one's golden years in peace and comfort. I'm no longer so easily moved by adventure and excitement. I'm sure you remember, a few years ago, when we were adventuring together, you found me that sweet-tasting alchemical ingredient. Well, my tastes haven't changed a bit since then.
What if there are people who still use Lisa in their teams? Like, I don't know if you could probably get away with her being your, like, main DPS or whatever, outside of maybe story mode, just because story mode's easier than most of the other things. Or story content, the Archon quests. But surely, I think if you got her elemental mastery and energy regen up high enough that you could use her burst often, she'd still be a really good electro applicator, right? For the people who really like her and would want to continue using her. These days, I think Auroron would probably do the job better. But, you know, if you like Lisa more, I think she probably could still get it done, as long as you're not running like a full Natlan team where you really want the Night Soul.
As expected, Cutie,
It's actually a shame
your
that,
brilliant mind has grown
for lore
even
reasons,
sharper.
because I think
Just a few
Lisa kind
gentle
of
hints were
rejected
all
the
you needed
invitation to the
light that
Hexen
special
Circle,
spark of
that she doesn't
inspiration.
get a Hexerai buff. Maybe she will eventually, but that would have made her playable again, for sure, if she was used in, like, the Hexerai team comps. Okay, so we need milk, we need caramel, we need wolf hook. And we're good. Any size pieces, okay. Less work. Large or small goblet. So I think if they give you the option, everybody should have a small goblet for their second drink. They already downed a full one before that. Unless they just don't plan on walking home. Oh man, actually I think she might be the next one. Eula does not know how to handle her booze. Is she the next one or is she the third one?
Finished! A new creation, custom made for you. This should help you fall asleep quickly and guarantee you peaceful dreams. It's called a slumbering rose.
From the colors to the choice of glass, everything's been carefully crafted. You've turned it into a completely different drink. Based purely on appearance, it's exactly
Well, I guess
my
her drink
style.
didn't have any alcohol in it though, so
Time to
she's
see how
fine.
it
She can drink as
tastes.
much as she wants.
Full marks.
Hers was mostly just milk.
It's like
That's fine.
savoring an exquisite dessert before taking a stroll along the shore of Cider Lake, with a gentle breeze caressing your skin, relaxed and at ease. I no longer feel drained of energy, but neither am I overstimulated. I'm actually starting to feel a little sleepy. As a bedtime drink, this is pure perfection. So good, in fact, that I feel like writing an article to extol the virtues of this slumbering rose. I can use it as an opportunity to crown you the new Maestro of Mixology. Speaking of lakeside strolls, why don't you join me next time there's a clear, warm day, when the sun is bright but not too harsh? Any walk would be more relaxing with you to talk to along the way, cutie. Then, when we get back, you could fix me up another glass of slumbering rose. And I'll make just as sure to hold you to that. When the time comes, I won't accept any excuses.
Oh, no, Emily's next. Okay. Yeah, I think Eula might be the third one then.
Good afternoon, traveler. I didn't expect the honor of witnessing
Yet another
your
character we have not met on this
harmonizing
count.
talents here in Mondstadt. Both, actually. A lady calling
Actually, I don't
herself
even know
a
if we've met
mage
Eula on
asked
this
me
count.
to
We haven't done
manage
like
her
any
flower
story,
shop.
like side
At
quest,
about the
character
same
quests or
time,
anything.
The Cat's Tail commissioned me to create a new
trying to think if
fragrance
we ran
for their
into her.
establishment. Ending today's busy schedule with a drink crafted by you
'Cause I don't
in
think you have to
person
meet
is
her in the main
truly
story.
A wonderful reward. I have faith in your choice.
Tea, fermented juice, and a mint. This was a interesting use, I guess, of the investigation screen, because it's been used a few times in the main story, where you actually have to piece clues together and figure out what you're doing. But obviously, there's no challenge to piecing things together here at all. But you already have it in the game, so why not use it for something, right? Vary it up so people have different things to do.
Care to give this a try, Miss Emily?
Your artistry is truly a pleasure to watch. This tastes like a local variant of a Lumiduce Twilight. Am I right? The gentle and elegant taste, with its distinct layers combined with a hint of Mondstadt's characteristic scent, offers quite a welcoming flavor, all the while avoiding potentially discordant aromas. Though in reality, there's no need for you to be so conservative. I have quite a high tolerance for flavors that stray outside the boundaries of conventional wisdom. Your drink was nice, but it would be perfect if you could make one with a little more depth. A cocktail that shows off your unique understanding and enhances my impression of Mondstadt.
That is very
If you need
vague.
time to
That
mull
doesn't tell
things
me
over,
anything, Emily.
Perhaps you might find inspiration in a little light conversation?
Like, I'm definitely going to need you to give me some hints,
Oh, thank you
because
for asking.
that statement did not help at all.
Though this trip to Mondstadt has presented some unexpected challenges. When I first got here, I was relying on a copy of An Overview of Aromatic Substances and the Human Senses to identify promising local ingredients from the Mondstadt region. To my surprise, my trial fragrance, which used valberry as the primary note, proved far too sweet in the context of a tavern, relaxing people so much that they ended up feeling drowsy. The bartender with the beautiful ears, for instance, fell asleep right at the bar. Let's just say that sweetness isn't always a case of the more the merrier. Maintaining an appropriate balance is beneficial for both body and mind. even in daily life. I rarely eat sweet food, and I try to avoid fruits like berries that have a high sugar content. In the end, I completely eliminated Valberry as an ingredient and turned instead to Windwheel Aster, with some success, I might add. They're part of my reward from the flower shop owner. Important ingredients for making perfumes. Thanks to these, I was able to complete my commission for the cat's tail. I studied Mondstadt's Cecilia flowers many years ago. In fact, the fragrance of Cecilia in certain fields has become synonymous with Mondstadt itself. However, this
I
is
could
a
definitely
special
see why
case.
Cecilia's would
Some
be
cats
synonymous
are
with
quite
Mondstadt.
averse to the scent of Cecilia, and we need to be particularly mindful of their preferences.
You need it for
Windwheel Aster.
making
The various parts of the Windwheel Aster plant
what
can
are they
be
called?
ground into a
The
powder
Oculus
to extract
stones
their
for finding
essences.
the
I
Animoculus.
then blended
You
the
also need it
scents
for
from its
upgrading
petals and
Venti.
leaves.
So
The result carries
Very-
the intoxicating sweetness of
very
mint, while
Mondstadt.
still emphasizing the fresh notes
I've had to collect way too
contained
many
within
of
the
those
flowers,
things.
stems, and leaves. I just took it for a little trial run at the cat's tail, and the cats seemed to really like it. While the clients
That's on the
themselves
other
found it
account. Oh man, I
comforting
still haven't
and
even upgraded Venti on
invigorating.
this one.
Extracting exquisite fragrances from ordinary overlooked ingredients? Oh, that's what truly brings me joy. Usually, after work my friends from the Maison Gardiennage sometimes treat me to a few drinks. I usually stick to fruit tea. That way I can get straight back to work after our gatherings. If it's before a holiday and my friends are in high spirits, I sometimes order a small glass of sparkling fruit wine. There was an officer named Terena who used to treat me to aged Corte wine. But since she was transferred to the Special Security and Surveillance Patrol, we haven't had the chance. In the world of science, high-proof alcohol is a widely used solvent. I've grown well accustomed to the smell of it by now. Besides, when I'm slightly tipsy, my state of mind changes, which in turn alters my approach to perfumes. It doesn't matter if the result is good or bad, it's all about trying something new. So I don't mind drinks with just a little bit of alcohol, but I don't like anything too strong. It really is. A while earlier, I watched a whole run of fair weather clouds float by, fluffy as pillows. It's not overly humid either, and the wind is gentle too. In such conditions, one's sense of smell is heightened, but not to an excessive degree. When scents are blended well, they naturally combine with the ambient context, leaving particularly powerful impressions. It seems something similar is true for mixology. As long as you choose a base of appropriate strength, the various flavors will blend seamlessly together. When mixed properly, all the ingredients work as one to create a most wonderful symphony for your taste buds. Yes, that's it. Now I think about it, layering distinct flavors doesn't really suit my personal preferences.
Yeah, I don't know what else we could have mixed that with other than mixed thoroughly.
Just from our brief chat, you've already formulated a new concoction. Perhaps you possess a natural talent for this kind of creative work.
Tea. Fruit wine. Mint juice. Chopped petals. It's an odd thing to be adding into a drink, but why not? I'm sure there are plenty of places that do that in real life. I mean, we already chop up leaves to make tea. Why not petals, right? I actually wouldn't even be surprised if I've consumed tea that had petals in the cut and just didn't know it. Vigorously. Any garnish except Valberry. Well, we want it to be... I guess you can find lampgrass everywhere, but in my brain, I associate lampgrass with Mondstadt, so we'll go with that one. At least I've always been in Mondstadt when I'm farming it, so that's where it is to me. I don't know if you can get it anywhere else.
Here you go. A new and improved, Emily-inspired Lumiduce Twilight. I haven't come up with a name for it yet.
The colors are cooler and more refreshing, and the fragrance is delightfully subtle to match. Are these bright specks on the surface the crushed petals and leaves of windwheel asters? I'm sure it must taste wonderful. Let me try. In the language of flowers, the windwheel aster represents the visible winds. Your cocktail not only captures their form, but also the fragrance they carry. Therefore, I suggest you call this drink Windborne Bouquet. The winds and clouds of Mondstadt swirl together in the glass, leaving behind enchanting traces of fragrance. Really? Oh. Perhaps it's just a habit of my profession. I'm glad you like it. Now it's time to slowly savor this masterpiece. Thank you so much. This trip to Mondstadt has been so rewarding. This is the most memorable cocktail I've ever had. Once I get back to Fontaine, I will attempt to recreate this moment as both a fragrance and a perfume. Once I've perfected the recipes, I hope you'll do me the honor of being the first customer to experience these new products. Until then, I look forward to seeing you in the Court of Fontaine.
So you're looking after the drink stand now. If I'd known sooner, I would have stopped by this morning. I've got to say, I'm getting curious. I've heard a lot about your mixology skills. I wonder what kinds of
On
drinks
the other
you can mix
account,
with the
the one I
ingredients
don't stream
Glenfiddich
on,
has prepared.
I'm using this cycle of To Temper Thyself Further.
I don't
or
have
whatever
much
it's
of a
called.
choice. It's just one thing
to
after
get
another
a
right
Eula
now.
constellation.
First off, the Knights of Favonius annual combat assessment is
I'm
coming
running
up.
out of options, I
And
guess,
this
because I
year,
don't have a lot of the
standards are higher
characters
than ever.
that they
As
want
the
me to use it
captain
on.
of the reconnaissance
I already
company,
used it on
I
Klee,
have to lead by
so I
example.
can't use it on Klee again.
At the
I
very
already
least,
used it on Mona.
I need to rank as one of the
can't
top
use it on
3
Mona again.
captains in the practical portion. So, I've been intensifying my training lately.
Probably should have used it on Mona first, because Mona is the one that I'm closest to having
Being
completely
a descendant
maxed
of
out, so I
sinners
can
means
get
I have to work hard to maintain my position.
whatever
I'll
that
have you know I've
form
never
of
once
masterless glitter
neglected
is
my
that lets you
duties.
go over level 90.
Anyway, on top of all that, my duel with Miss
But I
Clorand
couldn't say
required
no
a
to
lot
getting
of focus
a
and
constellation
energy.
for Klee for
Learning
free.
how to turn defense into
So
attack
now we're on
and
Eula
seize the
for that
initiative when facing a combined assault from sword and musket.
I guess maybe I'll go with Jane
Even
next.
now, I'm still chewing through the details. But in the end, the exchange went well, and both parties learned a great deal. Never mind writing reports from 6 different perspectives, I feel like there's enough worth mentioning to write 24 of the things.
It's worse on this account.
I sure could.
This
Anything
account, I
that'll
think I
perk me
only
up
had
would be
4
welcome.
characters
I'll leave the details
currently
to you.
that you can use that for. And we're on like the 3rd of the 4. Or no, I skipped the first one because I was just too busy. We're on like the 2nd of the 4. But if we get Klee... Okay, we need fruit wine. Fizzy water. Okay. It's gonna be a sparkling drink. Wolf hook. That's how we're going to end today's session. Whenever we're done with all of this bartending, we're going to use whatever we got from today, and we're going to try to get some Klee into small bits. I like this lounge music.
One twinkling starlight for Captain Eula. Hope you like it.
Judging by your confident tone, I'm certain I will. Well then, I'll make sure to savor this thoroughly. Huh. Not bad. Sweet and tingly, with a delightful airiness. The fizzy water really brings it to life. I suddenly feel full of vim and vigor. But just one glass doesn't quite scratch the itch. How about something with a bit more bite? Don't hold back. You don't need to worry about putting me on the floor with nothing but a couple of drinks.
She says that.
Works for me. The first company hasn't assigned me any paperwork for tonight, so I'm free
But I
to
think
catch
her
up and
eyes-
try your new creations at my
Maybe her
leisure.
pride is bigger than her alcohol tolerance.
That's right. The merchant I got it from called it Romaritime flower fruit extract. It has a very unique smell. Here, have a bottle. Oh, it's a necessary courtesy. In that book Miss Magistus lent me, The Blade Dancer, 20 years on, it says, after a duel, a Fontanian swordsman will politely invite their defeated opponents to a banquet. To properly play host to Miss Clorand, I searched for quite some time to locate a rare goods merchant in Dorman Port who sold this juice. I had my doubts at first, too. But Amber said something that makes a lot of sense. She said that even if this custom doesn't really exist, following it still shows I've made an effort to understand Fontaine's cultural heritage. Besides, Who doesn't like trying new things, right? When I gave it to her at our post-training banquet, Miss Clorand really did enjoy this juice. If you want to know what I've been eating recently, I'd better start by mentioning the logistics company's latest revolution. They launched a diet improvement initiative and started distributing a form of standardized canned food to knights operating in the wilderness. In the past, we only had dry rations. Every mealtime we had to set up pots and campfires, roll dice to choose a cook, and take turns standing guard. In all honesty, it was a bit of a hassle. Now we just need to bring
I've
our
roughed it a
standard
lot in my
field
life.
rations, comprising of 5 cans and 9
Having
paper
rations
packages.
are,
We can heat the cans by the campfire, and then we're ready to eat.
they're fine, you know, dry rations. Yeah, it's still something. It's better than having to hunt your food. Especially if you're out there for some other thing like training like I do
right?
sometimes.
Our canned
Though
food
hunting can be
supplier
good
has
training.
quite the stellar reputation.
But
and their regular
nothing
meals are indeed
beats like
quite
a can
good.
of Vienna sausages. It's
And
nice
the problem
and moist.
is, in order to meet preservation standards, they have to make their military-grade meals way too salty. The vice captain of the 5th Company,
Couldn't tell
who
you,
has a
Fizz.
somewhat
Couldn't tell
dry
you.
sense of humor, went so far as to say,
It's not something
this
I
food
get.
is bad enough to bring down the wrath of Liyue's stove god. In any case, after eating it for a week, my taste buds have gone completely numb. You can hardly blame the logistics company. After all, it is hard to please everyone. Our feedback has already been submitted, and they should be working on fixing the issue. Of course, having fresh meals prepared in camp by a dedicated company chef is still the best option. Yes, I have. For a while, the situation there was difficult. A gang of outlaw engineers was messing about with some sort of mechanism control technology.
Even if you're out
attempting
camping,
to manipulate
if you
ruin
can't even
breakers so
heat it
they
up,
could rob
a
merchant
can of
caravans.
Dinty Moore stew is
To
still
make
great
matters
cold
worse,
if you haven't eaten in a
several
couple days.
veteran knights who had been stationed at Dorman Port were transferred to my squad, and they weren't happy to be taking orders from that Lawrence girl. Leading them on this mission was quite eventful. It took 3 weeks of stealth operations in the snow, with no fires
Oh yeah,
to
that
keep
reminds
us
me of the
warm,
Lawrence family
before
just
we
does not
finally
have a very
located
good
the enemy's
reputation.
stronghold. Those
I always
veteran
forget
knights
about that.
faced the bitter cold and were almost taken down by
The
the
way
enemy's smuggled
Eula
bottlenecks.
acts around people,
Fortunately,
that doesn't help.
the battle went our way, and they had no choice but to acknowledge my abilities. Me? I'm completely fine.
Especially when we
thank you for
first
your
met her
concern.
and she's like,
It
we're
was
her
mentally tiring
arch
for
enemy
sure.
or whatever.
But fortunately, the operation wore them down far more than it did me. They won't be questioning my authority again anytime soon. If any new recruits try to make my life difficult, I'll just have my veterans give them a few friendly pointers. I guess you could call them a permanent solution, huh?
A lot of role players in Mondstadt. I mean, Eula's an actual knight. She can back up the things she says, but she it's a little too pretentious at times. So she gets cooler the more stuff we've done with her over time. It's nice that they do allow the characters to develop over the years. They'll actually change in behavior with the events of the story, instead of just being permanently stuck in like an archetype or something. No, that's not it? Okay. Unusual juice then. Okay.
Oh my. To be honest, before we crossed swords, I was feeling eager, but also a little nervous. Miss Cloran's combat style comes from the mysterious Marechaussee hunters. In the library, there are some old Fontanian newspapers from hundreds of years ago that give some idea of how
There's quite a
formidable
few
an
characters that,
organization
like,
it was.
tons
A
of
more
people
recent
like,
newspaper
obviously,
claimed that Miss
everybody's
Clorand was an orphan from an underwater
opinion on
kingdom,
who's the character they
and
like
that
is going to
before
be
battle she
subjective
would
or whatever.
perform rituals
But some of them, like, I
spirits
just
to
didn't
possess
get
her sword.
at all.
Certainly,
At first,
from my
I'm
own experiences,
but they
Miss
kind of
Cloran's
slowly grow
abilities
on you
more than match those
because they
descriptions.
develop. Like, I didn't get why anybody even likes Child remotely.
Incorporating
I
elements
just kind
of
of found him annoying
swordsmanship into a
for
drink.
the entire first Archon
Certainly a creative
series,
idea,
the
I'll
Lua
give you
one, when we
that.
were doing stuff with him.
A commemorative cocktail at a time
His story
like this
quest
sounds nice, but
helped him grow on me some.
how do you plan
Like,
to
I just did
express
not get the
something
appeal.
like
Like, why are we friends
swordsmanship
with this
a
dude?
drink?
But he grew on me. There's a few characters like that.
That definitely matches the description I read in that book. That's right. You really know your stuff. I doubt there's anyone else in all of Tevat who could come up with such a perfect metaphor.
There's probably plenty. There's a lot of poets into that.
There's no need to make it sound so fancy. It's just an aristocratic variant of Favonius bladework, with a bit of personal flair. Firewater. In recent years, firewaters gained popularity the world over, following in the wake of prosperous Snezhnayan merchants. These days, almost every
Eula,
tavern has
though,
a signature drink that uses
I think it
as
might
a
even be
base.
because of her pretension.
You really
I
are
liked her
good.
right away.
Why don't we try replacing the fruit wine
She's
with
a fun
firewater?
character.
As for the alcohol content, that's not a problem. Plenty of the expedition team may have drunk themselves senseless with firewater. But me, I'm full of confidence. Brilliant. I'm looking forward to seeing how you do.
Firewater. Use some of her flower juice, throw in a little go. Medium or large goblet? Well, you know, she's gonna get wasted anyway, so might as well just give her the large one. I think it's funnier that way. Any but star salt. Okay. Give it a little punch. We put the fire water in because she wanted more of a kick anyway. Let's use the lemon to make it a little more punchy too.
Here's your all-new Seafoam Sword Song, mixed to meet your personal preferences.
Oh my, what beautiful colors. And you even added my Romaritime flower fruit extract. The aroma is perfect, and I can smell the alcohol, but it doesn't stifle the fruity fragrance. Let's see how it tastes.
I thought you mentioned that, not the specific to the details, Fizz, but I
Give
think
me a moment to
you mentioned something about that
come
on
up with the right words.
Rickshaw while I was on.
I need to think carefully. I know it's unbecoming of a lady, and a proper connoisseur would savor their drinks slowly. But I'm sorry, this is just too good to be true. Can you mix me another?
Another? Don't tell a customer they can order as many as they like, or you end up with that.
Oh, no, what was I going to say? I've completely lost my train of thought. Oh, whatever. I feel fantastic. This cocktail. Oh, it's the best I've ever had. I think I'm gonna head home and get some sleep. Don't worry about me. This is the happiest tipsy I've been in years. I'm still far from being drunk.
You sound like you're about to lose
By the
it.
time I've written up those reports for my exchange with Miss Clarend, I'll have been on duty for 3 months straight.
Do you need to go in those bushes over there, maybe let a little bit of it out?
The Grandmaster. Isn't it about time she gave me some time off? I won't be forgetting this injustice in a hurry. You mark my words.
How many are left? 3 left? Okay, that's not too much.
Suspicion
Ah,
confirmed.
Clarend.
While patrolling the area,
She's
I
definitely
was
up there
sure
as
I'd
one of my
sensed a
favorite
familiar
characters.
Presence, so I came over to take a look. And sure enough, here you are.
Her and Navia both, though I think I like Navia slightly more.
If Miss Charlotte were to see you like this, I'm guessing
She has a
she'd take
really fun
100
story quest that
pictures
we'll do eventually
and write
when
up
we
a
get around to
report.
it.
Sword-wielding travelers,
Where
secret side
they
hustle,
play
exclusive
an
cocktails
in-world
run to
version
Vats
of Dungeons
Explorer
and Dragons,
Extraordinaire.
and she's the dungeon master.
You'd make the front pages of
It's
every
a fun
major
story quest.
newspaper. And there'd be crowds of Fontanian tourists flocking
Her and
to your
Navia have
drink
like
stand,
a local
causing gridlock on the streets of Mondstadt.
tabletop RPG club. They talk a bunch of other people into
Luckily
it too.
for you, I turned down Miss Charlotte's request to accompany me here. So
I heard
you're
they're
unlikely
bringing
to be
back the
seeing any
RPG.
scenes like that. Let's quietly celebrate this moment of peace. And on that note,
In like a story
I'd
quest that's
like
coming up soon.
a caramel glaze.
I don't know any details about
That
it though.
look on your face tells me you have a lot of questions you want to ask. Calm and effortless. I'm shocked to learn you're a real pro at this sort of thing.
Be funny if the in-universe tabletop was sci-fi based. No. But there's already a certain level of tech in this world, so their tabletop is more actually medieval. There's a lot of people misconstrued, I think, because we were just dropped in Mondstadt originally, and it's kind of like this quaint German village in the middle of nowhere. They misconstrued that this game was like a medieval fantasy to begin with, and it really never was. Like, technologically speaking, it's more akin to maybe your average old school Final Fantasy game where airships and stuff exist. They have airships in Fontaine, even. Guns exist in this world. Just small pieces. They have the electricity. Master's Goblet. But it's not like, well, some areas are more advanced than others. I'll say that. Like Shniznaya's technology level is much further. That's like Final Fantasy VI and on style. Fontaine, kind of roughly, I would say, around
Try not to
Industrial Revolution era, at best.
Huh. It
Like the
sure
first
lives up to
Industrial
its name.
Revolution.
The color reminds me of a raging fire, while that aroma
So it varies across
really
the world.
hits you head on.
So even as far as guns go, it's mostly like muskets.
It's quite strong.
Get some shotguns, front load pistols, rifles.
I'm all right. I just need a little time to get used to it. As I recall, the last time I drank alcohol was at a wine tasting event that Navia invited me to last year. I only had a small sip of Sassica wine, and it was nowhere near as strong as this concoction of yours. From a purely rational perspective, alcohol can cause dizziness and impair one's ability to work, so it's best avoided altogether. But when Miss Farina saw me off at the docks, she mentioned that Mondstadt is the land of wine and poetry. Since I'm here, I thought I should at least try the local specialties. In fact, Captain Eula, whom I sparred with earlier, has quite the refined taste for fine wine. She even gifted me a bottle of Romaritime flower fruit extract, which is no longer produced in Fontaine, and can now only be found overseas. Out of the utmost respect for her skills, I feel compelled to deepen my knowledge of Mondstadt's wines. I truly appreciate all the trouble you're going to. Huh? Does that mean she's already finished her commission? Well, she's certainly efficient.
It is kind of weird.
Once I return
Probably
to
because of how
Fontaine,
compressed the
perhaps I
map
can let
is
Siegewin
to
know
think
that I'd
of
be happy to purchase her latest
Mondstadt as
perfume.
overseas from Fontaine. But if you were to uncompress the
I'm
map
not
to
sure
scale,
I'd say that.
that would be a
On
pretty
my way to
sizable
Mondstadt,
sea in
we
between
happened
them,
to take the same boat. Naturally, we got to chatting. I've often heard Siegewin praise her work. After conversing with her on the journey over, I must say, she is indeed a rare and refined individual. She's gentle and composed, yet keeps others at a distance. Perhaps it's due to her profession. I find this approach ideal. It allows one to maintain a lasting sense of inner peace. Oh, thank you, but there's really no need to set anything up. Our work rarely intersects, and our social circles
Thorin does a
hardly
cool
make
job
for
too.
a
She's the
Venn
court
diagram,
duelist.
if you know what I mean.
So in a
Best
way,
to
she's
just let
kind of
things
like
take
an
their natural
executioner.
course.
But it's any time a trial has to come up to, like trial by combat or anything like that, she's the one that the court puts up against the other person.
When I'm working, I often drink coffee. But with
It's a
meals,
more
I
dignified
prefer a lighter tasting
position
drink,
than it sounds.
like Buell fruit juice. Since I eat a lot of meat, the slight acidity of the juice helps balance out the greasiness. Over time, I've grown accustomed to the sour taste. After the swordsmanship exchange, the Knights of Favonius rather kindly treated me to some traditional Mondstadt cuisine. I had 8 different meat dishes, and all of them were excellent. The portions were huge, and only the highest quality cuts were used. Everything was cooked to absolute perfection. Of course, there was still room for improvement. When
Should be nice
catering
to pick up on a
tourists,
rerun
the
sometime.
sticky honey roast and pile 'em up might benefit
Especially
from
because we don't have any
slightly
of
lighter sauce.
the very, very few... Oh, what's the
I've
name of the
certainly
mechanic
tried
that
all
she
the red meat
uses?
dishes. I think I've had enough calories to sustain 3 days
It's like
of vigorous
blood
work.
something.
So
I
I've
can't
had to
remember.
decline all subsequent dining
It's the same one
invitations.
Arlecchino uses.
To be honest, I can still taste the grease. There must be a way to
You get like
cleanse
a
my palate.
health-based kind of overshield thing. And you kind of, high risk, high reward. Though I don't think her sustaining problem is the same as Arlecchino, where Arlecchino can only sustain herself. I forget exactly how Clarin's works.
I've seen a
But
little. I took a stroll
that
around the
play
city the
style is
first
just
day I got
more of
here.
like a
Navia's
Dark Knight
done
style,
some rather extensive research on this place.
where you play with
Many of the
HP as
scenes and
a...
illustrations for the tabletop
like
troupe were
meter.
inspired by views of Mondstadt. However, the way she describes the atmosphere in her world building is
She's
quite
really
different
fast. She just
from
dashes
the
through
real
things and shoots
Mondstadt.
them.
The deepest impression I've got since arriving here is one of swords and shields. Perhaps because I've mostly just visited the blacksmith and the training grounds. Recently, the newer weapons and armor produced in Mondstadt have been created using a completely different heat treatment process from those in Fontaine, with a higher carbon content in the surface layer. While this has slightly reduced their overall toughness, their impact resistance has greatly improved.
Because you
These
brought up
newer
the
weapons
tech
give
thing,
off a
Fizz.
smell like
It would be actually
overbrewed
really funny
coffee.
if they brought in some people from Mondstadt to their game, like they had somebody come in to play, and
Perhaps it's because
all the
that scent
Fontanians,
gave
they
me
want to
such
be
a
more like
positive
knights and
first
stuff
impression.
because they live in
You
kind
see,
of like
Fontaine's signature metalwork is often coated with a protective agent that contains Marcotte. Over time,
maybe
the
just
faint
around
fragrance
French
becomes
Revolution
overly
era
sweet.
version of France,
And for
right?
some reason, it makes my teeth feel funny.
Post
I
monarchy.
don't imagine the scent of Mondstadt's swords and shields would cause the same level of irritation.
So they've got their guns and everything, and so being
Of
decked in
course,
armor
there is a
or
solution to
playing
this
a rogue
problem.
or something like that,
The next time
where
you
you're
find
just
yourself in
using
Fontaine,
knives or
there's
swords,
another protective agent I can recommend.
is probably
One
appealing
that's
to
as
those type of
neutral
characters.
as water,
But you bring somebody from
without
Mondstadt,
any
like
excess
maybe one of the
fragrance.
knights, and they're always
If you
decked in
also
armor,
dislike
wearing
being
swords and stuff,
bombarded with
and maybe they'd
sweetness,
want to play a
this
character with a
protective
gun,
agent
right?
should suit you well.
Be like, well, we normally don't have guns in this game, but it is different from your day life, and it's supposed to be fantasy, so why not?
Indeed it is. The knights codenamed Hazelnut 3 and Hazelnut 5 gave me this crest. I must say, it's exquisite. They told me the design has only just been finalized. Apparently, it's only presented to important guests. They said they're making a badge for you, too, but it hasn't been finished yet.
Ooh, I want a badge.
You're not wrong. I guess it's similar to how I can't remember the name of every clerk in the Palais Mermonia. But I'm certain you'll get to know them in time. They're clearly seasoned veterans. Even though they work desk jobs, they still turn up in full armor. After handling my affairs, they headed to the tavern for a gathering, saying they wanted to continue last night's duel and determine who had the highest alcohol tolerance. Drinking barrels of beer the night before, yet being able to work with clear minds the next day. Whew. So what you're saying is, while Mondstadters may seem carefree, they actually have an admirable ability to know their limits when it comes to drinking.
Oh, didn't want to reinterpret that. Yes, balance is key. Especially for somebody who almost never drinks. You gotta balance all those flavors so it's not too powerful for them. I know that myself. Oh, family style.
Are you already planning the
I
details
rarely
of our
ever drink, like,
hypothetical get-together?
once in a
Based
blue
on my
moon,
previous
only
experiences
during a
with
very
alcohol,
celebratory
I guess my
occasion.
tolerance is similar to Emily's.
And I don't
Fruit
even
liqueur
let
is
myself get
probably my
buzzed.
limit.
So I
So
usually
when
need
the time
things
comes,
that
I
aren't
think
too
you'd be best
overpowering.
off mixing similar drinks for the both of us.
Like, I'll have... If it's a decent glass of wine, I'll have, like, a single glass of wine. Because that's usually not too bad. Usually, like, the natural fruit flavor kind of overpowers the fact that it's basically all alcohol. Or occasionally I'll have instead like a bourbon on the rocks, just so it's lighter. Yeah, I figured that.
All right, I'll make sure I'm mentally prepared. Even if it's still a bit strong, I'll do my best to finish it.
Though historically, like if you go far enough back to antiquity, people would call you crazy, and anyone, I'm not saying you specifically, would call one crazy. Let me use the proper term there for talking about people in general. For not drinking, like I'd be called crazy for it. And that's mostly because for a lot of history, water was so sketchy that you had to drink alcohol because it was the only thing clean to drink, right? Like it made sure that the stuff that was hydrating you was even edible. And if I lived in that time, I probably would drink a lot more too, just for survival reasons. Now we've got plenty of drinkable water everywhere. We ship it places to where it's not supposed to be. I'm in the middle of the desert. There should be, like, no water around here. That's fine, I don't have to worry.
All right, this new creation is called Leisure Time Lightning. A cocktail made exclusively for champion duelists. Enjoy.
Have you added fruit wine? It tastes wonderful. This is ideal for me.
I think the
There's
last
a
time I
subtle
drank
saltiness that
anything.
combines well with the tartness of the fruit and the sweetness of the caramel. Each sip balances
2021, I
delicately on
think.
the edge of perfection. The color of the wine
And it was
also fits
awful.
well with the name. And
It
the
was a
lightning imagery
celebratory occasion.
contrasts with the fiery nature of the
It's back
caramel
when my
glaze.
grandfather was still
But
alive too. We
where
were
does
up at his
the
place.
leisure time part come in?
But man, he just had like the worst cheap, like boxed wine. I didn't even know that's what it was before he poured it. I probably would have like
Certainly matches the impression this cocktail
protested,
gives me.
even
Its
though it was a
unique
celebration.
aroma and taste will hold a special place in my
Oh,
memories
that
of
was it was
Mondstadt.
rancid. I don't think it was bad. Like
Do you think,
as far
if
as
the chance
spoils
were to
go,
present itself,
it
you'd
was just
be
very
interested
cheap.
in mixing drinks
So it
somewhere
was
else?
bad for me.
A cafe, for instance, or the Hotel de Boer. Mostly for Navia and Miss Farina's sake.
Well,
Though
my granddad, he
obviously,
used to
I'd
get
be
his kicks
more
off
than
with cheap
happy to try
wine, so,
more of your masterpieces
you know,
myself.
when in Rome. I still drank my whole glass.
I understand. I won't try to strong-arm you. In any case, I truly appreciate your
I think
hospitality.
it wasn't even necessarily the
Thanks to
taste
you,
of the alcohol that
whether
got
I'm
me with that one,
summarizing
because
the key lessons from my
it usually doesn't
exchange
bother
with
me with
Miss
wine at
Eula,
all.
or
I think it
discussing
was the
strategy with
stench,
the
right?
Knights of
Cheap wine is
Favonius.
very
I'll be
pungent.
in my best condition.
And that hits your olfactory senses before you even actually get a proper taste of it.
Huh? Is that Mr. Honorary Knight? Yippee! It's you! Auntie Eula told Klee that Miss Hertha had found someone amazing to help out. Seeing you here, Mr. Honorary Knight, Klee knows this must be the best drink stand in all of Teyvat. You mean this stand isn't already the best? Well, out of all the
It's a good thing we serve non-alcoholic drinks at this stand, because
Knights is easily the
I don't care what culture we're in,
And
Klee is too young to be
what
drinking.
drinks Mr. Honorary Knight makes, Klee will definitely think they're yummy.
At least with the current potency of alcohol, right?
You want me to be mean? But
Like, if we were to go back in the days I was talking about of antiquity, alcohol was also a lot less potent back then, too.
Albedo! Whenever Albedo
It was very
reviews
difficult to
Timaeus'
make it
work,
strong.
his
Not
face
that
goes super
they still didn't
serious.
have strong alcohol, but the process to make it strong took a really long time. And most people couldn't even afford that. That's like kings and stuff.
Get ready for Klee's super amazing
The stuff you were probably
order.
drinking at dinner,
These past few days,
you
I've
could
been
let
having
a child
such
have under
blast
supervision.
With Mom all day long. It's been so much fun. Even being
But the
sent
stuff
to
they're drinking here,
solitary
no,
confinement
not at all.
couldn't wipe
Sorry.
the smile
Klee,
off my face.
juice.
So, Klee wants to order a fair weather frolic. Anything like a bright sunny day will definitely put Klee in a super duper mood. I wonder what it'll taste like.
You know, if I had unlimited money, I know a lot of people, they'd be like, I'd buy, or I'd, not buy, but I'd pay for, like, a butler or a maid or all kinds of cleaning services and stuff. Me, I would pay for a service where I would just have, like, a stand-up piano in my living room and just pay people on shift to play ragtime all the time. That would be my, I have so much money I don't have to worry about things, expenditure. It's a weird thing, I know, but that's just me. If they get too bored, I'd let them shift it up. It doesn't always have to be ragtime, but I would prefer it to be ragtime most of the time. This is a little closer to just lounge music with a little bit of jazz in there, but I could hear the influence from early ragtime in it. Any garnish. You can have a star because you're precious. There you go.
your fair-weather frolic is here. Go on, give it a try.
I didn't say it was always toxic, I just said it was
A
unreliable.
fair-weather frolic is this color? Purple sky. Is it supposed
And it
to
also
be
depends a
bright,
lot on
shiny night?
location.
Clee will take a sip first. Then you can think about it more carefully. Ah, finished. Yummy!
But also, yeah, a millennia? That's still about the time when water started getting cleaner, though.
Eating grilled fish, I could definitely gobble down 2, or 3, or 4, or even 5.
Like, antiquity is even further back than that.
One drink isn't enough. Clee wants to try a drink that tastes like cake. Clee doesn't know what drink to choose. Why don't we decide together, Mr. Honorary Knight?
Talking like mostly BC era.
Three square meals? Clee often eats 5 meals a day, sometimes even 7. Adventuring takes a lot of energy, and if I eat too much at once, I can't run so well. So, it's better to eat
And it's not like you still
smaller
couldn't
meals.
drink the water,
Albedo used to prepare all Clee's meals, and my lunchbox was always arranged so neat.
but you also have to think about how often people died of things like dysentery and stuff in the past, compared to now.
When Albedo's busy at Dragonspine, Clee goes to eat with the other Knights of Favonius. Kaya's camp is usually the
It's just
neat,
something people took
while
for granted
Amber
in the past, you know?
sometimes camps in the trees. It's so much fun.
Now it's easy, though,
And Auntie Hertha
because
makes
people still
the
get stuff
best
like dysentery.
When my mom comes
And,
back,
like,
there'll be even more
cholera.
yummy food to eat. There's this one dish.
But the way to
She
handle it
takes
now
loads of
is you just
different fish and
stay
makes them
hydrated
into little
and let everything
potato
pass through
cubes.
your system.
It's
Like, it's
called
rough.
Rainbow
It's horrible
Fish
during
Jam.
it, but as long as you keep somebody hydrated, they can get through it.
Fantastic too. It's her newest creation, made with chocolate and cookies. They're a little bitter, but they're crunchy. They smell scrumptious, and they have a really sweet aftertaste. Whenever I eat them, I feel so full of energy. Next time, Clee will have to bring some for you to try. Yeah, Mom gave me an amazing book recently. She said I have to read one chapter every night, learn something useful, and then go to bed early. That book taught Clee how to make something called propellant. Now Jumping Dumpty can go "Fwah!" and bounce even higher. It's not hard at all. In fact, it's a lot like making bombs. You just have to be careful when trimming it down. It's like sharpening a pencil that could suddenly go boom. Bedtime's an important part of Clee's schedule, too. Mom sits by my side and tells me all kinds of wonderful stories. She has a lamp made of gemstones, and when she turns it on, it goes kapling and lights up the ceiling. Yeah, when something happens in the story, the lights on the ceiling make pretty pictures. Sometimes Mom falls asleep before the story ends, so Clee has to tuck her in instead. As soon as Clee learns how to use the lamp, I can come tell you stories, Mr. Honorary Knight. Clee has memorized so many wonderful stories, enough to make everyone happy every day. This stuff? Mom taught me how to make it using the alchemy bench.
Kind of still upset that Clee,
Sugar,
to this day, still doesn't have a signature weapon.
then some flowers from Mom's friend in Fontaine, star honey from Auntie Barbie, and finally, some magical jam from Auntie Tavia. Put everything together on the alchemy table, wish for the shape you want.
Like, I guarantee it's going to get to the point that for me to have a weapon that actually fits Clee, I'm just going to have to pull 2 of Alice's weapon.
Clee can give you some Dodoko candy too if you
Clee
want.
fights? Yes, Clee fights. Clee was one of the first characters.
Teach you my mom's incantation.
First patch. The banners were her
You
inventing.
could make your own
Clee
candy
is a
whenever
catalyst
you want.
user, who uses her magic to throw bombs at people. She is my favorite character in the game.
Remember to come ask Klee. When it
She
comes
just
to
blows
magical
everything up.
candy,
It's great.
I'm an expert.
The child terrorist character.
Yeah.
This is not really a
Klee gets
terrorist.
back home,
It's just
I'm gonna
the
eat some salty
vision to
nuts
put in your
while
head.
reading my
She's
book.
the explosives
Used to
expert for
eat
the
cake
Knights of
after dinner,
Favonius.
But Master Jean said it's too sugary, and it's not good to eat sugary things before bed. Apparently, it makes you chubby and gives you toothaches. So, Mom got
She gets
some
sent
advice
to
from Aunt
solitary
Barbie, and
confinement a
now
lot, which
she
we
gives
saw
me nuts
earlier.
instead.
Because she
they
ends
help
up
my
blowing
brain
up a lot of
remember
things she's
things
not
better.
supposed to be blowing up,
Don't have
including
much
blasting
flavor.
the fish
It's like chewing on
in the
grass,
local
but
lakes.
They're okay if you add a little salt.
Yeah, yeah, you could still call her a demolition expert, though they don't really use her explosives for demolition specifically, but it's the same field. Mostly just weapons, but that could be covered under both. She's closer to like a heavy weapons expert. It's just all the heavy weapons are explosives. And the only reason she's so good at that at her age is because she is like the prodigy daughter of the strongest mage in the entire world. You thought Klee was something like the demo man in TF2? No, not wholly like. As far as combat, you could probably put him in the same category, because I know he uses his grenade launchers a lot. But I actually would probably put her closer to, oh man, what's the sergeant or whatever, with the rocket launcher? I can't remember his name. I haven't played TF2 in so long. I forget which one it is. Oh, yeah, she likes sweet, so we still have to make it sweet. We just have to make it to where it's not too sugary.
Oh yeah, Klee still wants to eat sweet things, like cake, for example.
But I guess it
Maybe
kind
we
of,
could just
yeah, you can still throw the demo man, because she
easy on
puts
the
mines all over the ground, too.
More fruit?
She has this thing called the Jumpty Dumpty that she throws out, and it explodes into smaller mines that when things walk over, blows up even further.
Klee ate a whole bunch of those, and they were super sweet. But Master Jean said it was okay.
She's an explosion witch, is what she
isn't
is.
the same as sweet sugar. So if Klee really has to eat nuts, maybe I can just soak them in some fruit juice first? Yeah, that was quick. Klee's looking forward to finding out how tasty your next concoction is.
She's basically being raised by the Knights of Favonius, more or less. I mean, her mom's around a lot when she's not held up at the border between the worlds, but the Knights are like her babysitter. Milk. It's good for a young kid. Cocoa. It's like daycare with the Knights. For Klee, you get extra care. Some people had like this strange idea in their head that Alice was never around. But the thing is, like, we just didn't see her. There's been tons of dialogue that implied that she was around all the time. But she's like the most powerful mage on the planet. She could just kind of like port in and out when she needs to. A little too busy to meet up with us until recently, but there's no way somebody with her attitude towards her daughter would spend too long away from her. She even, like, her hand showed up in one of Klee's birthday photos, like she was tucking her in. Dodoko candy. Now, the person she hasn't seen in a while is her dad, but her dad's been actually off-world adventuring.
It's done! I just know you're going to love this new creation.
Wow! There's Dodoko candy on top! There's so much orange in this cup, and Dodoko looks like he's lying on top of white fluffy clouds. And the weather inside looks much better, too. Yummy! It's so delicious! Klee has to drink slowly. I can't just gulp it down, or I'll miss all the yummy flavor. Mr. Honorary Knight, this is amazing! It's like you mixed sunshine with juice. Klee was so tired from playing, but now I feel refreshed.
Now, I think this happens just before the last mission that we did in the story, where they got sent to solitary, because she mentioned she went fish blasting with her mom, but she hasn't been punished yet. We just did all of the story quests back to back.
Really? Let me think. When the weather's nice and Dodoko's happy, Dodoko will want to sing, right? And when Dodoko sings, Klee wants to sing too. So, let's call it Dodoko's Duet. Thank you! And thanks for making such a yummy drink for Klee. Klee's gonna go tell Mom that the best drink in Mondstadt right now is Dodoko's Duet. Klee's gonna write down Mom's incantation and give you a copy, Mr. Honorary Knight. Then, you should learn magic too, so you can make all the candies you want. See you next time!
And Klee is also a natural little adventurer, which I'm sure she gets from both of her parents. And she is often running around adventuring when she's not supposed to. Oh, there is one more yet left. That doesn't unlock until later. Well, I don't... We're probably going to be playing tomorrow for some amount of time. It'll be out of this stream, which I wanted to cover the whole event, but I guess we won't because it's not available. Maybe I should have waited for tomorrow to do this. We'll still get it done on stream. Maybe it'll even be the first thing we do on stream, so I can just put a card or something at the end of this, so anybody who wanted to see what that last one is just knows it's going to be the first thing we do tomorrow, so they can follow it in the playlist or whatever. I don't know, but it's a shame. It's okay. We're gonna probably do some polls or whatever, but we're not doing anything else story-wise or anything after this that would distract you from going straight there. Random future person that I'm talking to that may or may not exist. That's not the one I wanted. It's the only thing left of this whole event was the last bartending thing. Everything else is done. Very unfortunate. Okay, let's see if this gets us any closer to resolving this Cleeless account. Probably not, because we didn't get much from this. But look, we've got basically 2 weeks to solve this problem, and we will be streaming probably each weekday while this banner's still running. So let's make this easier on me and just change everything. Oh, we got this here. Just change everything into pulls right away. Only 8 pulls. Oh no. We could just get lucky though. It's always possible to get lucky. Well, there's a 4-star at least. What we got? Rust. I guess that is what we're using on Chaska, so it's not bad to have more. Trash. Another 4-star. Barbara! We do need more of her, I guess. Trash. 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 The debate club. You know, that's such a fun name for a weapon the first couple times that you see it. Amber. Are all the 4-stars we get from here likely to be Mondstadt characters too, or? That'd be funny if it is. As far as I know, if you lose on the Chronicle Witch banner, you can only lose to other things on the banner, I think. Which, I mean, some of these are standard banner characters anyway, at least 3 of them are. But if we do lose, we get a fate point, which means the next thing we get is Klee, I think, no matter what. I think that's how that works. But, you know, it wouldn't be the end of the world if we lost to, say, Eula. It wouldn't be preferred. I would rather have Klee, but it wouldn't be the end of the world. And I think this is going to be our last attempt until we get back and actually start grinding the game. Oh well. We made some progress on some of the characters, though. Some of them actually like... Right, like Barbara. I need to build her on this account. Barbara's one of my favorites. Because she's easily just like the most straightforward healer. You've had her from the beginning of the game. Every time people think Barbara's useless, some weird thing happens to the game that just ends up making her useful again, like when they added Hyper Bloom, and she's just one of the easiest Hyper Bloom applicators, because you just have her water circling you the whole time. It's like, Barbara just ends up accidentally stay winning long term. I guess actually now with the lunar charge stuff too, because they all need Hydro to activate it, you could just have Barbara's ring around you. Barbara never loses. Where is Amber? What's the other one we got? Amber, though, I don't know if we'll ever use. I like her as a character, but she just doesn't fit in, like, any team that I want to play. Ever. But I think that's it. Oh, we got achievements. Wait. No, this doesn't change anything. We only had one achievement. Nothing. Okay. I think that's it for the stream. I had a good time. I hope you guys enjoyed the event. If you watched this live or are catching this later, like I said, I will have an end card or something on the screen pointing you to the next one, so you can see that last one, because I mistimed this. And I hope you guys have a good day.